Obligate.
Honorable members, let us pray. Almighty God, we humbly beseech thee to look with favor upon this Parliament of the Republic of Ghana. Grant that it may perform its high duty as in thy sight. Give divine guidance to the President of the Republic. Endow members of Parliament and ministers of state with discernment and vision, integrity and courage, that through the labors of government, this land and people may be well and truly served, and our good purposes for the common human life be realized in our midst. O God, grant us a vision of our country, fair as it might be, a country of righteousness, where none shall wrong his neighbor, a country of plenty, where evil and poverty shall be done away with, a country of brotherhood, where all success shall be founded on service and honor shall be given to the deserving, a country of peace, where government shall rest on the will of the people and the love for the common good. Bless the efforts of those who struggle to make this vision a living reality. Inspire and strengthen our people, that they may give time, thought, and sacrifice to speed the day of the coming beauty of Ghana and Africa. Amen. Honorable members, I have received from the Electoral Commission the rate of election on the Asin North by-election held on Tuesday, 27th June 2023, and I shall proceed to read the relevant parts of the communication. The communication is dated 30th June 2023 to the Clerk to Parliament. It reads, the Clerk to Parliament, Parliament House, Accra. Dear Sir, submission of writ of election for the Assin-North parliamentary by-election held on 27 June 2023. I bring you greetings from the Electoral Commission and trust that this letter finds you well. Kindly find attached the writ of election for the Assin-North parliamentary by-election held on Tuesday, 27 June 2023 in the Assin-North constituency. Thank you. Yours faithfully, Mrs. Jane Mensah, Chairperson. Signed. The relevant part of the writ states, certificate to be endorsed on writ. I hereby certify that the Member of Parliament elected for the Assin-North constituency, in pursuance of this writ, is Kwesi James Jachi, and the number of votes cast in respect of each of the candidates at the election is as follows. I'll mention the candidate and then the votes obtained. 1. Charles Opoku. 12,630 votes. 2. Sefenu Benis Enyonam, 87 votes. 3. Kwesi James Jachi, 17,245 votes. Honorable members, it's on the basis of these results that the Electoral Commission declared Kwesi James Jachi as the duly elected Member of Parliament for the Assin-North constituency. Honorable members, Order 14.1 of the Standing Orders stipulates that every member shall, before taking his seat formally in Parliament, take and subscribe before the Speaker in the House and the presence of other members of Parliament the oath of allegiance and the oath of a Member of Parliament set out in Appendix C1 and 3 to these orders. Honorable members, furthermore, Order 14.2 states that a member, instead of taking the oath, may subscribe to a solemn affirmation as stated in these orders. Before I invite the honorable member-elect to be sworn in, it is important I draw the attention of the House to the presence of some of our compatriots who have come to witness the swearing in of a member of Parliament. The list is long, and I will not be able to mention all the names of those present. But I have before me the name of the former President of the Republic, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, I am informed he is leading the members from the National Democratic Congress to witness the swearing in. And so with him are the following: Professor Jane Nana Opoku Ajiman, Honorable Johnson Asedu Inketia, Chairman of the party, Honorable Julius Debra, former Chief of Staff, Honorable Fifi Kweti, General Secretary of the party, Professor Joshua Alabi, Ni Ashimon, Greater Accra Regional Chairman, Honorable Totobi Kwashe, Honorable Adekoka, Mr. Sami Jemfi, and Ambassador Victor Smith. From the Assin North constituency, we have a retinue of chiefs and queen mothers. The list is quite tall, and so I will generally acknowledge the representatives of the paramount chief. I am informed they are being led by Nana Hima Ntiamwa of Asen Breku. That is the Queen Mother. And the linguist Ochiame Kwame Ato, also from Asen Breku. We have, supported by a large number of other chiefs and queen mothers, totaling 23. We also have a number of leaders of churches, the clergy, and there are only 6 of them, so I mentioned their names. We have Pastor Sichofi Kabu Baptist Church, Reverend Emmanuel Asare, True Word Ministry, Reverend Charles Ewa Samaritan, Christian Church, Reverend Felix Frimpong, Presbyterian Church of Ghana, Very Reverend Bensford, Methodist Church, and Reverend Ebenezer Do Afo, Lighthouse International Church. Honorable members, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama and his entourage are rightfully seated at the distinguished visitors gallery to my right. The others are definitely at the public gallery. Honorable members, I, on behalf of the House, welcome them to this swearing ceremony. I now invite the Honorable Member-elect for the Asen North constituency to proceed to the Speaker's dais to be sworn into office. I shall now proceed to administer the oaths, starting with the oath of allegiance. You've been here before, so you know the drill. So I'll start. I, James Jache Kwesi, do in the name of the Almighty God swear
that I will bear true faith and allegiance.
You repeat after me. Honorable members,
what's that? Yeah. So I just follow him.
Yeah. Honorable member, you are not covered by the pillar, and if you catch my eye again, I will take the necessary action against you. Do in the name of the Almighty God swear
do in the name of the Almighty God swear
that I will bear true faith and allegiance
that I will bear true faith and allegiance
to the Republic of Ghana
to the Republic of Ghana
as by law established,
as the law established,
that I will uphold the sovereignty and integrity of Ghana,
that I will uphold the sovereignty and integrity of Ghana,
and that I will preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution of the Republic of Ghana.
And defend the Constitution and the Republic of Ghana.
So help me God.
So help me God.
We now take the oath of a member of Parliament.
I, James Jachi Kwesen,
having been elected a member of Parliament, do in the name of the Almighty God swear.
Do in the name of the Almighty God swear.
That I will bear true faith and allegiance.
That I will bear true faith and allegiance.
To the Republic of Ghana.
To the Republic of Ghana.
As by law established.
As by law established.
That I will uphold.
That I will uphold.
Preserve. Protect. And defend the Constitution of the Republic of Ghana.
And defend the Constitution of the Republic of Ghana.
And that I will faithfully and conscientiously discharge the duties of a member of Parliament.
Discharge the duties of member of Parliament.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Honorable member, congratulations.
Thank you.
On behalf of the Parliament of Ghana and the 275 members, I offer you the essential tools of your work: the Constitution of the Republic of Ghana and the standing orders of the Parliament of Ghana. Every day you are going to your farm, you must have your cutlass or your hoe to go to work.
That's right.
Today, I will start observing you.
Thank you.
Whether when you are on the floor here, you have these tools to work with.
Thank you.
And so on behalf of the House, I hand them over to you.
Okay. That's the same.
Honorable members, I want, on behalf of all of you, to congratulate the Honorable James Kwesen Jachi. I welcome him to the House and to draw his attention that this is a very, very important role he's going to play. But before I continue, it's important that I invite the leaders of the House to also add some words of congratulation to the honorable member on his election and how they intend to welcome him to the House. So, honorable members, we'll start with the minority leader. Honorable members, please, if you catch my eye, I'll do the right thing. Yes, minority leader. Marshal, do the appropriate thing. You are not supposed to have cameramen here without permission. Yes, minority leader. Minority leader.
Right Honorable Speaker, thank you for the opportunity to congratulate our colleague, the Honorable James Gyakye-Quayson, on his re-election and to welcome him back to the House of Parliament where he rightly belongs. Mr. Speaker, his success in the by-election represents a victory for our democracy and a clear evidence of the savviness of the Ghanaian electorate. Right Honorable Speaker, the Assin North constituency witnessed, unfortunately, a sudden outburst of new, unplanned and unbudgeted projects, including the distribution of cash amid a major economic crisis of our lifetime. So, Speaker, all this was to influence voters. Immediately, Honorable James Gyakye-Quayson's election was declared null and void and of no legal effect by the Supreme Court of Ghana. The Speaker, the good people of Assin North, however, demonstrated their mandate cannot be bought by virtual projects or cash. Right Honorable Speaker, on the 7th of December 2020, the good people of Assin North expressed their mandate freely and elected Mr. James Gyakye-Quayson to represent them in the House. Sadly, on the 6th of January 2021, every effort has been made by proxies of government to prevent Mr. Quayson from representing his people, including injuncting him from functioning as a member of Parliament. Mr. Speaker, and this lasted for almost 14 months until he made their pronouncement. Right Honorable Speaker, when these machinations by proxies of government failed to break the resolve of Mr. Quayson, the government then took up the challenge frontally and instituted a criminal charge against him, with the Attorney General virtually urging the High Court to hear the matter on a daily basis, all to prevent Mr. Quayson from campaigning for re-election. Mr. Speaker, the President even went further by calling on voters of Assin North not to vote for Mr. Quayson because he was jail-bound. Mr. Speaker, the President was certain and categorical when he said, "Don't vote for someone who will end up in jail." Right Honorable Speaker, this singular categorical statement from His Excellency the President is not only prejudicial, but Mr. Speaker, it is a threat to fair trial and justice, and therefore undermines the judicial system, which is indeed the anchor of our democracy. Right Honourable Speaker, all these machinations did not deter nor weaken Mr. Kwesi's resolve. Indeed, he continued to serve his people and believed in his vision. Mr. Speaker, it was therefore not surprising that the good people of Asin North reaffirmed their confidence in him at the just ended election on the 27th of June 2023. With a wider margin, Mr. Speaker, they voted massively for him, and he obtained a whopping 57.56% of the valid vote cast. Mr. Speaker, the people of Asin North have sent a clear message to all politicians, Mr. Speaker, and the government of the day in particular, that they cannot be hoodwinked by sharing of money, nor be intimidated by threats. It is the same message that Ghanaians are sending to all of us, that in the year 2024, they will exercise their franchise based on their conscience, and no amount of tricks nor threats will dissuade them from voting out the administration that we are witnessing. So, Speaker, Ghanaians are really appalled by the abysmal economic mismanagement, poor governance, and increasing level of corruption, leading to unprecedented economic hardship being experienced by the people of Ghana. So, Speaker, the time has come for us as politicians, and rightly so, the political class, to have a rethink about the worsening monetarization of our elections and its negative impact on our democracy. Right Honourable Speaker, I must commend our colleague, Mr. Kwesi, for his courage and resilient spirit. He has prevailed in the face of persecution. I am aware that today he is due to appear in court, the Speaker, to defend the trump-up charges against him. My message to him is to take solace in the good book, in Deuteronomy 31:6, which says, the Speaker, do not be afraid or terrified because of them. The Lord your God goes with you. He will never leave you nor forsake you. The Speaker, I wish to serve notice. The Speaker, I wish to serve notice that the entire minority group will accompany our colleague to court today and any other day that he is to appear in court. Mr. Speaker, we are solidarizing with our colleague, and we will not participate in the business of the House anytime our colleague is in court, and we will be withdrawing from the chamber after this ceremony if the court processes indeed happens today. So, Speaker, amid persecution, cooperation will certainly suffer. So, Speaker, a word to a wise is in Asin North. A word to a wise is in Asin North. So, Speaker, let me use this opportunity to thank you once again for the opportunity. But let me also note that it is only until you swore him in that our colleague, Honourable James Jache Kwesi, swore the oath of allegiance, and not when he filed his nomination at the Electoral Commission. That should be noted by all stakeholders of state. So, Speaker, I urge the government to listen to the good people of Asin North and do the right thing. I urge you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, before I invite the majority leader, the leader of the House, to also say a word, my attention has been drawn to the fact that the Central Regional Chairman of the NDC, Professor Asedu, together with other members of the Central Regional Executives are here, and the executives, constituency executives of Asin North, they are also present. Now, it is the turn of the majority leader to welcome and congratulate the honorable member.
The Speaker, on the occasion of the election, not re-election, on the occasion of the election of James Jackie Person, because, Mr. Speaker, the Supreme Court is ruled that his own swearing in on January 7th, 2021 was an anomaly and indeed was null and void. So people should appreciate the import of the Constitution that we have all sworn to uphold. The Speaker, in swearing him in, you run him through the oath, and he swore an oath, Mr. Speaker, to uphold, preserve, and protect the Constitution. All of us have sworn to do that. Mr. Speaker, the eligibility and qualification criteria for members of Parliament are set out in Article 94 of the Constitution. Mr. Speaker, the tenure of office of members of Parliament are also provided for.
Honorable members, this is a very important occasion. Please, listen to the majority leader.
Mr. Speaker, as I said, the tenure of office of members of Parliament is also provided for under Article 97(1), which every member has sworn to uphold. Of particular importance, Mr. Speaker, is Article 97(1)(e), which provides a member of Parliament shall vacate his seat in Parliament if any circumstances arise such that if he were not a member of Parliament would cause him to be disqualified or be ineligible for election under Article 94 of this Constitution. The Speaker, if this provision comes to be applied, nobody from a true conscience can say that this is persecution or selective justice. Let us respect the Constitution that all of us are sworn to uphold. Selectivity would be when you elect to apply in piecemeal the entirety of the Constitution. Mr. Speaker, so people should understand and appreciate the import of this Constitution. And when it comes to be applied, it is not selective justice. Mr. Speaker, examples abound in this House. We witnessed the appearance and disappearance of the Honorable Samuel Nyimaka. Article 97 was applied. He appeared and had to disappear. The Honorable the secondly. He appeared and disappeared. Article 97 came to be applied. So, Mr. Speaker, when you have people talking about selective justice, we wonder where they are coming from. We have decided, indeed, committed ourselves to uphold, preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution of the Republic. Mr. Speaker, I hear my colleague say that some political party was engaged in the distribution of cash. Some political party. Mr. Speaker, I also witnessed some political party distributing machetes, insecticides, and warranting boots. If you are talking about corrupting the voters, liability also can be expressed. Be truthful to yourself and your conscience. Mr. Speaker, we welcome our colleague. He entered this house, rightly or wrongly, but he cultivated friends whilst his stay here lasted. Mr. Speaker, I'm not sure that anybody can say that Yachikwe Singh is an enemy to him. We may disagree on a few things, but I believe that across the political divide, he made so many friends. But Mr. Speaker, I believe the NDC want to believe that what victory that our colleague has chalked, and indeed we must congratulate him. The NDC want to believe that this is a peak victory that would hurt the pride of the MPP, as the minority leader has alluded to. Of course, on the other hand, we, the parliamentary group of the MPP, also believe that this is a momentary victory of phantasmal character that certainly may not last. But, Mr. Speaker, that is the choice of the people of Asin North, and everybody must respect that whilst it lasts. The rest of it is in the hands of the Attorney General. Mr. Speaker, the rest of it, as we move from here, is in the hands of the Attorney General. Whilst he remains here, we can only embrace him as a member of Parliament, welcome him here to be a part of the fraternity whilst it lasts. Mr. Speaker, so on behalf of the majority, let me welcome him and hope that he'll be able to discharge his functions to his constituents whilst it lasts. Mr. Speaker, thank you very much.
Honourable members, I believe we now have the full complement of the members of Parliament in the House. It's my duty to always direct the clerk to inform the Electoral Commission as to the vacancy of a seat in this House. I hope I will not be given the opportunity again to so direct that a seat be declared vacant. With this, I humbly plead with you to go by the rules and don't compel me to so direct again. I know when to apply the whip. And so those of you who have decided not to go by my directive and you are breaching the rules, I'm taking note of all of you. And now for the whip, we apply it in various ways. And I can assure you that it will be applied. Honorable member, you are most welcome to the House. You have been elected by the people of Assin North constituency. You represent all those who voted for you and those who voted against you, and even those who did not vote. So you represent all the people of Assin North constituency. Just like how His Excellency the President represents all the people of Ghana. Whoever breaches these rules, do so at the peril of the position you occupy. I handled a number of petitions before as a lawyer. And when I speak, I know why I say those statements about selective justice. And I stand by those statements. And I can produce evidence, solid evidence to support my position. So please, if the reference to the use of selective justice is to what I said, then you have to rethink. Honourable members, with this, we'll proceed with the business of the House. And with your permission, all those who are here because of this ceremony, you have my permission to depart from the chamber. I can't say you are discharged because you are not appearing before us for anything. But we are happy to have you, particularly the chiefs and queen mothers from the Assin North constituency. Congratulations for having a very peaceful and harmonious election and for making sure that our democracy is deepened. We are grateful to you. Honourable members, Honourable Speaker, with your kind permission, we have honourable members, in view of the transition, I will suspend sitting for a few minutes. I think 15 minutes, 15 minutes, 15 minutes, 30 minutes. So sitting is accordingly suspended for 30 minutes. Honorable members, item 5 on the order paper. Item 5. Correction of votes and proceedings and official report. We start with the correction of votes and proceedings of Friday, 30th June 2023. Page 1. Page 2. Page 3. Page 4. Page 5. Page 6. Page 7. Page 8. Page 9. Page 10. Sorry, page 9.
Right, Honorable Speaker, thank you so much for the opportunity. Page 9, paragraph 5, Roman numerals 4 and 5. Roman numeral 4 reads, Accra Girls Senior High School without an apostrophe. 5 reads, Accra Wesley Girls with an apostrophe. Apostrophes define possession, not rarity. And I think that Roman numeral 4 is correct, and I want the correction to be done in terms of flow of consistency. Thank you.
Table office, can they take note?
Mr. Speaker.
Sorry,
Mr. Speaker, my friend's honourable member's intervention is not correct. The schools that appeared here on Friday were two different sets. Accra Girls came and Accra Wesley Girls came. There are two different schools, and they were each in the chamber. So there's nothing wrong with the report.
He's talking about the use of the apostrophe S. That's what he's talking about.
Oh,
so
very
the
well.
Wesley Girls, and they put apostrophe.
Very well, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, please, table office, kindly take note. Page 10. Page 11. Page, today your outfit is like the color of the pillar, so very difficult to identify you. Yes, please.
Honorable Speaker, respectfully, page 9, item 5, still on Roman numerals I to IV. I've observed that from V to VII, the schools were led by a leader, and the leader was captured. But I to IV, that was not done. So I just wanted to put this out there. I don't know whether it was an omission or the school didn't indicate that, for consistency's sake. Thank you.
I think the First Deputy Speaker could help us. I think he was presiding then. Whether Ashimota School was also led by a leader, and whether they gave the name, the same for Presbyterian Senior High School La, Presbyterian Senior High School Osu, Accra Girls Senior High School Roman Rich. Whether your attention was drawn to leaders. Yeah.
Well, Mr. Speaker, when the lists were brought and they were announced, those schools did not indicate who led them here. So the report cannot capture that.
You are right. So we leave it as it is. Page 11. Page 12. Page 13. Page 14. Page 15. page 16, page 17, page 18, page 19, page 20, page 21, page 22, page 23, page 24, page 25, and page 26. Honorable members, the votes and proceedings of Thursday, 29th June 2023, as corrected, is adopted as a true record of proceedings. Official reports. Sorry, honorable members, it's 30th June, not 29th June. We now move on to official reports. I have a copy of the official report dated Wednesday, 22nd March 2023. Any corrections? Yes, please.
Honourable Speaker, a minor correction on the front page. Urgent questions. It's supposed to be urgent, not urgents. So we cancel the S. Urgent questions. Thank you.
Honourable Member, correct. Table office, kindly take note. Any more corrections? Honourable members, in the absence of any further corrections, the official report of Wednesday, 22nd March 2023 is hereby adopted as a true record of proceedings. Honourable members, my attention has been drawn to a steady visit to our parliament by two groups from South Africa. They are the members of the Portfolio Committee on Human Settlements from the KwaZulu-Natal and Limpopo provincial legislatures of the Republic of South Africa. They are to be with us from the 3rd to the 7th of this month. Because of the early proceedings concerning the swearing in of our colleague, they had, after that, to move to committee meetings. So they are with some committees of the House now. But it's important I acknowledge their presence in Parliament of Ghana. And though they are not present to be introduced, but to share ideas and best practice with us, particularly in areas of human settlements, which includes affordable housing and other public housing systems. They will also touch on management of disasters caused by climate change and how to minimize their impact. This visit is also intended to create a platform for networking between honorable members and their South African counterparts. And the major aim is to deepen our relations. It's quite a large number. There are about 26 members present here. I want to call on all members to warmly receive them and give them all the assistance and cooperation. And as much as possible, please, the personal touch is very important. Get close to them, learn how they do their businesses, how their parliament works, and even after the House, you can still have friends for you to exchange visits. So please, these are very important occasions for members of Parliament. We were able to benefit from a lot of it, so I'm drawing your attention to it. Now, could we move on to urgent questions? And there's one urgent question. Standing in the name of the Honourable Member for Tamale South, Honourable Haruna Idrisu. Yes, Majority Chief Whip.
Speaker, with respect, I would seek your leave for us to vary order of business and instead go on to take item 9, commercial public business, laying of papers by the Majority Leader, after which Speaker will revert to take item 6 duly. Speaker, I've related to my colleague appropriately.
Honourable Majority Chief Whip, I've already called one item. I've invited the member, so let me hear from the House, so that from there I now can go to your request. I can now go to your request after response to the issue I've raised earlier on. It's not for you, it's for the House, unless you have information on it.
Speaker, I had earlier engaged my colleague, the Minority Whip, on these matters, and I was trying to catch your attention. If you may indulge me, Speaker, we'll seek your leave for us to vary order of business and rather go on to
I have
item
no problem in that, but I'm saying that I've already mentioned the urgent question. I know the member is maybe he had authorized somebody to ask that in his stead, or maybe the minister is not available to answer the question. That's what I want us to do before we move on to your request.
So indeed, the minister is on his way here. He should be here in a few minutes. So that is what is informing my decision.
Okay. Yes.
Right Honourable Speaker, my colleague did confer with me, and because the minister is not available, I do have the authority of our senior colleague, Honourable Haruna, to ask the question on his behalf if the minister makes himself available. So I'll agree with him. We can.
Okay, we will stand down.
Exactly.
This question, awaiting the arrival of the minister, and then we move on to the request that the Majority Chief Whip has made. We vary the order of business and move straight to public business. Honourable members, at the commencement of public business, item 9, presentation of papers. The following papers to be presented: 9A by the Majority Leader, and I want us to take Roman 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Up to 13. That is, if they are all ready, we can take them together instead of taking them separately. Majority Leader, what do you say to that?
Reports of the Auditor General on the public accounts of Ghana, ministries, departments, and other agencies for the financial year ended 31st December 2022. Performance audit report of the Auditor General on the management of meters by the Electricity Company of Ghana. Reports of the Auditor General on the consolidated statements of foreign exchange receipts and payments of the Bank of Ghana, the financial year ended 31st December 2022. Reports of the Auditor General on the accounts of district assemblies for the year ended 31st December 2022. Reports of the Auditor General on the public accounts of Ghana Technical Universities for the financial year ended 31st December 2022. Performance audit report of the Auditor General on the issuance in the Kumasi Metropolitan Assembly. Information systems audit of the Auditor General on the and electronic systems for the financial year ended 31st 2022. Performance audit report of the Auditor General on the construction of Performance audit report of the Auditor General on the management of timber utilization contracts by the Reports of the Auditor General on the public accounts of Ghana, colleges of education and pre-university education institutions for the financial year ended 31st December 2022. Reports of the Auditor General on the management of petroleum funds for the financial year ended 31st December 2022. Reports of the Auditor General on the management and utilization of the District Assembly's Common Fund and other statutory funds for the financial year ended 31st December 2022. Performance audit report of the Auditor General on the ensuring cleanliness of home and public toilet facilities, Coast Metropolitan Area, June 2023.
Honourable members, the said reports itemized under item 9A, that is Roman 1 to 13, are accordingly presented to the House and referred to the Public Accounts Committee for consideration and report. Honourable members, the subject matter committees, particularly the leadership, are encouraged to participate in the discussions. They are encouraged. We're dealing with education, we're dealing with local government, and other subject matter committees, like the Committee of Finance and Subsidiary Legislation. Now we move on to item 10. Yes, Majority Leader.
So just a minor correction of 9A Roman number 1.
9A Roman 1.
Yes, it should read Report of the Auditor General on the Public Accounts of Ghana, ministries, departments, and agencies, not other agencies. As if departments are also agencies. It's ministries, departments, and agencies for the financial ended.
You may have to cross-check from the title of the report. They might have put other agencies there. And so the table office is compelled to capture it as it's presented. Because I've come across it that way. They say other agencies.
The Speaker, that is the point that I'm making. Departments are not agencies.
I agree with you.
Yes.
I agree
so
with
if they've gotten it wrong, we should tell them.
How to do it properly is the challenge now. Because the table office is to capture the title of the report. So it's later that we can write to them, table office take note and do that to them. That it should be properly captured. Because ministries and departments are not agencies. Yes, please.
Right, Honourable Speaker. I can see one of the papers being laid by the majority leader is a performance audit report of the Auditor General on the Cocoa Road contract. Mr. Speaker, I remember last week you had a petition and which was copied to the leadership of the Roads and Transport Committee on some Cocoa Road contractors. And you directed that leadership would work on it. Mr. Speaker, leadership never met on this. Now that we are coming to take this report, I think the background to some of these things, maybe some of them may be reflected in the petition that was written to you. So I'm just wondering whether you should take the opportunity and refer that petition appropriately to a committee to be looked into instead of leaving it to leadership, which doesn't appear to be getting any space for us to consider, because it will be a tragedy if we go ahead and consider this audit report without having the background of some of the petitions that we have received regarding Cocoa Road projects in this country, which is a major issue, Mr. Speaker.
Well, I thought I handled that one administratively without bringing it to the floor. If you have to bring it to the floor of the House, you have to go through the process of the standing orders. And the rules say that a petition of this nature has to be presented by a member on the floor. And so I would have had to write back to them to say that they should come through a member. But I decided to handle it administratively by calling on you, the leaders, because it's a serious matter, to take up the issue and then report back to me so that we see what we can do to resolve it. It deals with huge areas that are owed contractors, and there's likely to be some agitation, and we think that it will not work in the interest of the country. It may be breach of peace and that kind of thing. So I thought leadership should have taken up this matter long ago, contacted the ministers involved, and then also the players, the contractors, and then see how we could solve the issue amicably. The majority leader, I'm sure, is working on a few things with the Minister for Finance, who we are expecting today. And I think it's one of the issues that will be taken up. So we leave it as it is and let the committee handle this report back to us. By the time they come, we'll have finished settling this problem. So with this, majority leader, is 9B, C, D, E, F ready, or we should move on?
I would have wished that B was ready, but unfortunately, I'm not in a position to really speak to it.
I know that it's ready. As the chairman of that committee, I saw the report, went through the report here, so we can lay it.
Speaker, I was discussing it with my caucus this morning, that we must finish with this early enough in order to recompose the committees in anticipation of the consideration of the budget during the budget meeting. So we need to reconstitute them ahead of time. And of course, it depends on the approval or adoption of the report of the Standing Orders Committee. So if I have to present it on your behalf, I would accordingly do so.
Report of the Standing Orders Committee on the review of the Standing Orders of the Parliament of Ghana.
Honourable members, the report is laid accordingly and is for distribution to all members of Parliament. I want to urge members to take their time to go through the report. There are a lot of changes that we are proposing to the existing standing orders. There are some details that we spelled out which will ease up the processes, clarify a number of issues. And after the approval, we'll take some time to go through the training of members. But this is to give opportunity for a revision of the existing committees to prepare them for the mid-year budget review and the supplementary budget, which will be presented in July. So members will take it seriously and let's learn together. Yes, please.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much for the opportunity to seek your guidance on Order 61 of our order paper and also our standing orders and Order 65-4. Mr. Speaker, Order 61 says that ministers shall by order of the House be requested to stand to attend sittings of the House to answer questions asked of them. The Speaker, it also says in 3 that a minister shall not take more than 3 weeks to respond to a question from the House. The Speaker, questions are an important part of our work as representatives and as legislators. Mr. Speaker, on the order paper today are questions for the Finance Minister. These questions have been rescheduled 3 times, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, today, because of these questions, I've had to reschedule my medical appointment twice. And I am still unable to tell if there will be an opportunity to ask these questions today. And this is the 3rd time these questions have been rescheduled. Mr. Speaker, these questions have been in the pipeline for more than 4 months today. And Mr. Speaker, I just rose so that you guide me, based on 65-4, and then also 61 and especially 3, which says that questions must not take more than 3 weeks. And Mr. Speaker, I seek your indulgence. Thank you very much.
Well, the first thing is that the same minister that has been scheduled to answer the urgent question. And so when I got to the urgent question, I was informed by leadership that the minister is on his way coming. He was caught up with earlier business and he's on his way coming. So we should stand down those questions for the minister to arrive and answer. So I acceded to that request. The second aspect is that throughout the life of the 4th Republican Parliament, we will not be able to fully implement 65-4. Am I right? 65. No, the one dealing with the time limit, that's 63. Because of the state in which the government services the institutions are in the country. It's not been easy to get responses from, for example, the Tamil North District Assembly to gather the facts and send through the ministry, from the ministry to another ministry. It takes some time. So we've not been able to exact our pound of flesh, because that's the reality. We need to strengthen those institutions before they can stand up to this 3 weeks duration. So we have a challenge there, and so we've not strictly applied or enforced that provision. That is the explanation I can give. But today, the intention is for the Minister for Finance to come and answer the urgent question and the other questions following after the urgent question. So, Honorable Harass and Suhini, Member of Parliament for Tamil North, we apologize for the inconvenience, but you may still have to wait a bit for the Minister to arrive. Now, we'll move to item 10, at page 7, dealing with management of the energy sector levies. Is it ready? Are we ready to take that? Yes, Majority Chief Whip.
Speaker, item 10 is not ready yet.
So which items are ready for us to take, or we call it a day? Honorable members, we have a number of bills. They've been pending for some time. Anyway, the majority leader is up on his feet. Maybe he wants to draw my attention to something. Yes?
Well, Speaker, the Minister of State at the Minister of Finance has joined us, and I wanted to seek your indulgence for him to come and respond to the questions that the Minister for Finance was required to come and answer. The Speaker, it is so because of a sudden twist of events which have resulted in the unavailability of the substantive minister. I think the Minister of State is capable of answering the questions.
Yes, minority from bench. There is a request. What do you say to that? The Minister of State and the Minister of Finance is in to, on behalf of the Minister of Finance, answer the questions. Yes, please.
Mr. Speaker, yes, my colleague informed me about the fact that the substantive minister is not available, and requested if our colleague, the Minister of State at the Finance Ministry, could take the questions on his behalf. Mr. Speaker, indeed, these are policy and major questions. So, but Mr. Speaker, maybe we should allow the colleague to take the answers. Depending on the answers provided, Mr. Speaker, we might request the appearance of the minister himself to make other things clearer, because there are policy issues. So, Mr. Speaker, we don't have fundamental objection to our colleague, the minister, providing the answers on behalf of the minister. What do you think?
Yes, apart from the urgent question, the other question, the answers are on the order paper. and you will follow up with supplementary questions. It's only the urgent question we don't have the decision here. So you, the minority chief whip, you said you have the authority of the honorable member for Tamal South to ask the question for and on his behalf. Are you ready to do that now so we can move on?
Mr. Speaker, I've since passed on the authority to Honorable Bauer to ask the question on his behalf, Mr. Speaker.
What did you say?
Mr. Speaker,
Bauer has the authority.
I was having the authority to ask the question on his behalf. Apparently, that same authority was given to Honorable Bauer, just in case I don't make it to the chamber on time at the time of the question. So, Mr. Speaker, I oblige and request my colleague, Honorable Bauer, to answer the question on behalf. So I'm not passing on my authority. He's also got his own independent authority to ask the question on his behalf.
Well, the legal principle is very clear. Delegare non delegatus. Delegated authority cannot be delegated. And so your first submission showed that you were caught up by that rule. I see how you wrangle yourself out of it. So, Honorable Bauer, you have your own authority.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I rise up to ask the Minister for Finance how much is owed the various pension schemes, including Senate, by the government of Ghana.
Yes, Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I appreciate the opportunity to respond to this question on behalf of the Minister for Finance. Mr. Speaker, with your kind permission, I will then proceed to provide a direct response to the urgent question now. Mr. Speaker, government's total indebtedness to pension schemes as at end May 2023 is 2,610,855,254 cedis, 0.06 pesos, comprising the following. Tier 1, Controller and Accountant General Department Mechanized Payroll, 1,628,859,472 Ghana cedis, 0.37 pesos. Tier 1 subvented institutions, 188,597,229 Ghana cedis, 0.4 pesos. Tier 2 mechanized payroll, Mr. Speaker, is 808,213,964 Ghana cedis, 10 pesos. And Tier 2 subvented institutions, 6,184,588 Ghana cedis, 55 pesos. Mr. Speaker, government paid 2,672,533,059 cedis, 86 pesos, to various pension schemes in 2022. Between January and end May 2023, government had also paid 2,206,659,921 Ghana cedis, 90 pesos. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honourable Member, any supplementary question?
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I would want to ask the Minister for Finance whether the pension savings, whether they are released early and invested. The savings, the pension savings, are they released on time and invested?
Yes, Minister, are the pension savings released on time and invested?
Mr. Speaker, the question was on the releases to the various pension funds. But as to the time of the releases, I don't have the answers now. I will get the answers and report back to the House, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Yes, Member, any further supplementary?
Mr. Speaker, it's not a supplementary question, but it's to just know when we will get that, because the time of the releases also affects, because it's an investment. So the longer you stay in not investing the funds, the higher it is in terms of the effect to the beneficiaries. So, Mr. Speaker, I would want the Finance Minister to tell us exactly what's happening.
Are you new in Parliament? Honourable members, the first deputy speaker to take the chair.
Yes, shall we continue, please?
Mr. Chairman, I was indicating that the Finance Minister said that he did not have the information as to whether those pension savings had been invested and how soon they were invested. And I wanted him to assure us when you can make that information available. Because if you have my deductions and you don't invest that, it has an implication on my future. So when can you make this particular information available to us?
Yes, Honourable Minister.
Speaker, with respect, my colleague should revert his mind to Order 69. His question, the thrust of his question, was on how much is owned the various pension schemes, not the time of release. I think the Minister was charitable by answering your follow-up question and telling you that he doesn't have the information available presently. If my colleague is minded, you should rather file a substantive question, because the subject matter is entirely different from the main question. So he should revert his mind to Order 69.
Mr. Speaker, first and foremost, the Speaker before you took over had not ruled against my supplementary question. So he got up and answered it and said that he did not have the information. And all I'm asking is that when can that information be made available? So Mr. Speaker had already ruled on it. He did not say that what I said was out of order. So you cannot come behind because the second deputy speaker has taken the first deputy speaker has taken the seat to ambush and say that. But Mr. Speaker had not ruled against my question.
Yes.
I'm surprised at my colleague, who I respect a lot. Are the rules applied by the Speaker different from rules applied by the first deputy speaker? We can be charitable and accommodate you, but don't go that tangent. The rules are the same. The rules are the same. So I think you should rule him out of order. He's completely out of order.
Yes, Honourable Deputy Leader.
The Honourable Minister is here. He has not indicated that the question asked, he can't answer it. I think we should let the minister answer the question. Your intervention is not here. Let the minister answer the question.
Yes, leader.
Mr. Speaker, I'm not going to the substance of the matter, but leaders exist here to assist the Speaker to apply the rules of this House. So if a leader gets up to draw attention of the Speaker to an applicable rule, you cannot say that the point of intervention is neither here nor there. The Speaker, but not to maybe spend so much time on this. The minister is here, and you are also in charge. If you think that the question should be responded to, he could, I guess, respond to it.
Honourable members, Chief Whip referred to the 69 one. The 69 is to guide us to how and what are admissible questions on supplementary questions. I've just come in, so I didn't hear the main answer. So I'll err with caution and ask the Honourable Minister if he can provide the details he's asking for. If so, when?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in my answer to the substantive question, I indicated that government paid 2,672,533,059 cedis, 86 pesos to various pension schemes in 2022. And also, between January and end May 2023, government had also paid 2,206,659,921 cedis, 90 pesos. So the periods within which the payments were made are already provided in the substantive answer. But if the question is as to the specific dates of the releases, I said earlier that I don't have that, and I'll be happy to get the information and report to the House. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Very well. That should bring us to the end on the urgent question, unless there's any further. Very well. Now we'll move on to the main question. Question number 237, to be asked by the Honourable Member for Tamale North, Mr. Suhini Alassane Saibu.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to ask the Minister for Finance whether the Ghana Revenue Authority's 24-month contract for an amount of about $18,240,000 between McKinsey and Company Incorporated Ghana achieved the overarching aim of increasing tax revenue substantially over and above the baseline of 17% year-on-year growth.
Before I invite you to answer, honourable members, having regard to the state of the business of the House, I direct that the House sits outside the regular sitting hours. Yes, Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank the Honourable Hassan Suhini for the question. Mr. Speaker, revenue mobilization remains a challenge for us as a country. Our tax to GDP ratio averages 13%, which is lower than the average 18% for the sub-region. Therefore, unlocking the full potential of our domestic revenue mobilization is one that is at the core of the President's vision of a Ghana beyond aid. McKinsey was engaged to support our efforts to increase tax revenue over the baseline of 17% year-on-year growth, as indicated in the question, and other interventions to increase efficiency and effective work culture. Mr. Speaker,
the overarching target of 17% year-on-year growth was exceeded. Total revenue growth recorded was 28% year-on-year. Mr. Speaker, GRA's total payment to McKinsey over the contract period of 2018 to 2022 was $12.2 million. Mr. Speaker, in terms of performance, the collaboration between GRA and McKinsey resulted in an increase in revenue from 38 billion Ghana cedis in 2018 to 75.5 billion Ghana cedis in 2022, a cumulative average of about 19% over the period. Mr. Speaker, not only did McKinsey help us increase our revenue, but they helped in leading a cultural shift and professionalism, including the use of enhanced performance appraisal and analytical tools, which will anchor significant improvement in revenue mobilization. Mr. Speaker, despite these very good results, and Ghana's current tax to GDP ratio rising from 12.1% in 2016 to 13.8% as at end 2022, our revenue performance is still one of the lowest in the sub-region. For context purpose, our peer countries are collecting an average of 18%, whilst OECD countries are achieving about 34%. There is evidence that Ghana has enormous capacity to double its tax revenue and at the very minimum be at par with our peers without introducing new taxes. Mr. Speaker, government is also leveraging digitalization, including initiatives such as e-invoicing, e-VAT, e-levy, Ghana.gov, among others, to expand the tax net, eliminate leakages, and close the tax gap. Results from the pilot phase of the e-VAT and e-invoicing, for example, supplemented by physical monitoring by staff of GRA, are truly revealing. The initial results have emboldened us to expand the coverage to other targeted entities. Mr. Speaker, the government of His Excellency Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo is changing the narrative around mobilizing domestic revenue for development. I therefore take this opportunity to once again express our profound appreciation to this august House for the strong partnership that resulted in the approval of the outstanding 2023 revenue bills on Friday, 31st March 2023. And I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. The Speaker, I wish to thank the Minister for his response. The Speaker, I also wish to make reference to paragraph 2 of the Minister's response, which states, quote, Mr. Speaker, the overarching target of 17% year-on-year growth was exceeded. Total revenue growth recorded was 28% year-on-year, unquote. The Speaker, I have with me, and I invite the Minister, if he's able, to check the website of the Ghana Revenue Authority, where you have published tax to GDP ratios and revenue growth rates. The Speaker, there's a table on the website of the Ghana Revenue Authority, and in the table you find tax revenue growth rate on a yearly basis. So for 2015, it was 29.3%. 2016, it was 25.0%. 2017, it was 21.4%. 2018, it was 16.5%. 2018 was the year that the contract was signed. 2019, 16.5%. And 2020, 4%. Can the Minister reconcile this data on the website of the Ghana Revenue Authority that indicates that the year-on-year revenue growth rate is less than 17%. Meanwhile, in the minister's answer, he is quoting 28%. Can the minister explain? Thank you.
Yes, Honorable.
Mr. Speaker, it's important I indicate that the basis for this revenue growth, I do not know. And so I will ask to study the data provided and also in consultation with the GRA to do the reconciliation and provide appropriate answers to the House, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Sorry, are you suggesting that your data is different from what he has referred to? Yes.
Mr. Speaker, I wish to commend the minister's candidness, but I also want to find out from him if he is able to explain to us why a contract sum of 18.240 ended up, according to his answer, with a payment of $12.2 million. Mr. Speaker, what I mean is the contract sum, and I do have the contract here, that was signed between GRA and McKinsey was $18,240,000 based on performance. The Speaker, the minister in his answer says that GRA has made total payment to McKinsey over the contract period of 2018-2022 to a tune of $12.2 million. I want to find out what resulted in the reduction of the contract sum.
Yes, Honorable.
Mr. Speaker, I'm unable to tell whether there is a reduction because as I speak to you, there are requests for payment by McKinsey, which we are looking at. And so when the final payment are made, we will report to this House what the actual money released to McKinsey is. And thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, your final.
Mr. Speaker, the minister's answer is actually reporting full payment. It is reporting payment for the contract period, total payment. In fact, it says, and I quote, Mr. Speaker, GRA's total payment to McKinsey over the contract period of 2018 to 2022, which was a contract period, was $12.2 million. Mr. Speaker, perhaps the Minister of State's response is the reason why I raise the earlier concern with regards to the minister's absence. Because, Mr. Speaker, it is clear that perhaps the minister would have been in a better position to provide some of the information that is being sought. The Minister of State, admittedly, is new at the ministry and may not be aware of this contract that was entered into in 2018 and ran its full course, ended in 2022. And that is why, Mr. Speaker, it is important that I reiterate the point that the finance minister takes this House seriously, especially when we seek information from him, not only when he wants us to pass bills and laws to help him raise revenue. Mr. Speaker, so the point is that the answer is quoting total revenue. And so the minister's response that as and when payments are made, the records will be updated doesn't seem accurate. Thank you.
Well, that is not an answer. It's not a question, it's a comment.
Mr. Speaker, I need to put this in proper perspective because what he is quoting talks about total payment to McKinsey. It doesn't talk about total amount due McKinsey. And so I need to make this correction. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
I'm grateful, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Honorable Minister of State's response from the third paragraph indicates that the contract period was from 2018 to 2022. We are now in 2023, July 4, 2023. Can the Honorable Minister tell us the state of this relationship with McKinsey? After this period, 2018 to 2022, is this House to understand that your engagement with them has ended and that they have no business in Ghana any longer, so far as this contract is concerned? In other words, what is the state or the status?
Your question is understood. Yes,
I'm taking this.
Question is that, has the relationship between McKinsey and Ghana ended, or is it still ongoing?
Mr. Speaker, we still have a relationship with the company, and I indicated in my answer to the substantive question that McKinsey continues to help us to change the culture, the work culture, and also to improve on the professionalism of GRA, including the introduction of new tools to appraise their performance, analytical tools which will anchor significant improvement in revenue mobilization. The fact that we still have a request for payment by McKinsey attests to the fact that we haven't paid them all, and therefore there is some relationship still existing. Thank you.
I want to be sure if it's on the feet or... All right, yes.
Right, Honorable Speaker, we thank our colleague, the Minister, for the answer. But, Mr. Speaker, McKinsey is a foreign company. Mr. Speaker, I don't remember the ministry coming to Parliament under Article 181(5) to seek approval to engage McKinsey to do whatever they are doing. Mr. Speaker, ask simply because if we did, we would have been aware that the contract period is between a certain period. Mr. Speaker, you being a very respected lawyer, contracts have lifespan. There's no contract that is perpetual. Even if it's perpetual, you have to write it. So my question to the Minister is this engagement with McKinsey an international agreement that ought to have been brought to Parliament for approval, because McKinsey is an international company and falls under Article 181(5) of the Constitution.
The contract was an international contract.
It's an international contract. So the question to you is it an international contract, and did you bring it to Parliament for approval? Because if you did, the details of what we approved would have been available to us. So, Mr. Speaker, is it that...
No, you've had the session.
Yes.
You finished the question.
Mr. Speaker, I'm not arguing. It's a simple question. Is it an international contract, and did you bring it to Parliament under Article 181(5) of the Constitution? Asking him if it's an international agreement.
Chief Whip, you have asked me the question. Kindly resume your seat. Okankwe Central, why are you on your feet?
Mr. Speaker, conditions of admissibility of questions under Order 67(1) B. A question shall not contain any arguments, expressions of opinion, inferences, imputations, epithets, or controversial, ironical, offensive expressions, and also matters that borders on legal opinion. Mr. Speaker, my good friend from Madaklu, who accompanied the President to commission an 11.1 million euro project in his constituency yesterday, is asking a question that does not conform with the rules of the House. Asking the Minister about Article 1815 is unrelated to the question that has been filed. It's totally unrelated. You asked him a question, he's answered. If you want to file a fresh question or seek proper opinion on Article 1815 with regards to the said relationship between McKinsey and the ministry, fine. But for him to come here and you to ambush him this way, it's not in conformity with our rules. Thank you.
Yes, Speaker. Yes, indeed. Yesterday, His Excellency the President was in Adaklu to commission phase 3 of a project of which phase 1 and 2 has already been done and commissioned by President Mahama. And we commend the President for continuing the project. And that was However, large portions of the scope of the works were not done. So the water is not yet at, how do you call it, North Tongue. The water is not yet at Whole West. So we commend the President for doing a small portion of the work, which is also good. And we thank the President. But however, the reason I asked my question is this, Mr. Speaker. The relevance is that the minister mentioned that there's a contract between government of Ghana and a foreign entity up to 2022. We are in 2023. So colleagues are asking that if you are saying that we are still in a relationship with this entity, that must be part of the contract because 2022 is past. So we are asking the details of that contract. It is not irrelevant at all, Mr. Speaker.
Your question was, is the contract approved by this House? That was your question. And I want you to leave it there.
I wanted to find out from him if it is an international contract, because he has, and if it is an international contract, if it was brought to the House, they can run away from the fact that, oh, it is a major question. But the truth is that the details will come out, Mr. Speaker. So he can decide to answer the question or say that I should go and file a substantive question. But we shall file it if he directs me, we shall file a substantive question. Mr. Speaker, in any case, I don't even know, the leader of the House is fond of actually determining which questions we ask in the House these days. Even go to say, make legal opinion on things that he's also making the same legal opinion on. So he should allow you. You are a very respected lawyer. The two of us are not yet lawyers. So you have the capability of actually adjudicating on the issue I've raised with my respected colleague. So I repeat, is the contract an international contract? Have you brought it to Parliament for a ratification? So we wait for the answer.
Honourable Minister, as the contract with McKinsey, was it brought to this House for approval or not? That's the Yes, Honourable Leader. I thought if you had a place, you would have been on your feet. You were not on your feet. That's what I was referring to.
Mr. Speaker, since my colleague is relating to Article 1815, it should go the whole gamut. It should go the whole gamut. What does it provide? Article 185 provides. 1815 provides. This article, that is 181, shall, with the necessary modifications by Parliament, apply to international business or economic transactions to which the government is a party as it applies to a loan. It shall, with the necessary modifications. Mr. Speaker, let him tell us what modifications Parliament has done before he relates to it. Let him tell us the modifications Parliament has done before you relate to it. Parliament has not done the necessary modifications since 1993. Mr. Speaker, I hear a chorus of no from the former Deputy Attorney General. He cannot prove me wrong. Parliament has not done the necessary modifications. And I've been in this House maybe at least a decade before you came into Parliament. Notwithstanding your position as a former Deputy Attorney General. Mr. Speaker, he cannot doubt what I'm saying. He said that I should yield to him. I will, and I'll come back.
Yes. Right, Honourable Speaker. I know the majority leader is Swami Messi. He's the Lionel Messi of Swami politics. But I think he should always back away from legal arguments. The reason is very simple. 1815 requires that Parliament should make the necessary modifications for the approval of international economic agreements. All right? Parliament has been derelict since 1993 and has not made the modifications. But that doesn't mean that, in the opinion of the drafters of the Constitution, the fact that Parliament has not acted means that those agreements should not be approved by Parliament. And in any case, Mr. Speaker, he has been here longer than I have been. But we have been approving international economic agreements under 1815. So as a matter of practice and convention, despite the lack of the modifications, we've been doing it here in this house. So, Mr. Speaker, I think the minister is under obligation to answer the question asked by my leader.
Mr. Speaker.
Yes, leader.
Mr. Speaker, doing the wrong thing over several decades does not right what wrong thing that you have been doing. I'm asking him what modification that you have done. You are admitting that you haven't done the modifications. And you are saying that, oh, because you have been doing the wrong thing, you should continue on that trajectory. Is that a wholesome argument? Is that a wholesome argument? That even though you admit that you have been doing the wrong thing, you should continue on that path. Mr. Speaker, I think you should be urging us to purge ourselves. Yes. Yes, yes, yes. Not no, no, no. Yes, yes, yes.
Yes, I've heard enough of all the legal arguments by lawyers and non-lawyers.
Right, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable, please. I'll also give you the floor. I've heard enough. Honorable Minister, was this application brought to the House for approval or not? That's all.
Mr. Speaker, I do not remember, but I'll get the information later. Thank you.
Question number 387 is in the name of the Honourable Member for Keta, Takwame Jujoli Gakpe. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to ask the Minister for Finance what measures the government is putting in place to save Ghana from returning to money laundering list of the Financial Action Task Force. Thank you.
Yes, Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank Honourable Kwame Jojoli Gatpe for the question. Mr. Speaker, our experience with the Financial Action Task Force grey list requires us to continue to prioritize this issue. Ghana was first subjected to the round of mutual evaluation by Intergovernmental Action Group Against Money Laundering and Terrorist Financing in West Africa in 2009, and the country was subsequently blacklisted by the Financial Action Task Force in February 2012. A second round of mutual evaluation was carried out on Ghana in 2016. And though some progress had been made since 2009, strategic deficiencies remained. The 2016 evaluation formed the basis of Ghana being placed on the European Union's list of high-risk countries with strategic deficiencies in the anti-money laundering CFT regime, what we call the Financial Action Task Force grey list in October 2020. Mr. Speaker, informed by these developments, we acted swiftly and decisively and accordingly agreed an action plan to address the identified deficiencies with the Financial Action Task Force. Mr. Speaker, by dint of hard work, Ghana completed the action plan ahead of schedule. At the June 2021 plenary meeting of the Financial Action Task Force, it was unanimously agreed that Ghana had satisfactorily completed her action plan. Accordingly, Ghana was removed from the Financial Action Task Force list of jurisdictions under increased money laundering. what we call grey list. Following Ghana's exceptional response and leadership in addressing the issue, one of our officers with the Financial Intelligence Center, Emil Medi, was appointed as co-chair of the Africa Middle East Joint Group of the International Cooperation Review Group of the Financial Action Task Force. Through this responsiveness, the Financial Action Task Force, and for that matter the international community, has renewed its confidence in Ghana's anti-money laundering and countering the financing of terrorism regime. Mr. Speaker, you may recall that in 2020, we laid before this August House an anti-money laundering bill 2020 as part of measures to address some strategic deficiencies identified in our AML-CFT regime. Indeed, the passage of the Act was very instrumental in facilitating our exit from the FATF grey list. This was a demonstration of Parliament's commitment towards strengthening the country's anti-money laundering regime, and we are most grateful to Parliament for the partnership. Mr. Speaker, to sustain the progress made under the Task Force observation process, Government has ensured that adequate measures are in place to further strengthen our anti-money laundering regime. This is a proactive measure to ensure that we do not end up on that list in the future. Accordingly, the following interventions have been pursued since we exited the grey list. 1. Sensitization on the new Anti-Money Laundering Act 2020, Act 1044. 2. Nationwide consultation on the Non-Profit Organization Bill 2021. 3. Resourcing the Financial Intelligence Center. 4. Enhancing risk-based supervision. 5. The beneficial ownership disclosure regime. Mr. Speaker, the details under each of these measures are published on the order paper and should be recorded as such. Mr. Speaker, as at February 2023, there were at least 8 African countries on the FATF grey list: Burkina Faso, Democratic Republic of Congo, Mali, Nigeria, Senegal, South Sudan, Tanzania, and Uganda. Mr. Speaker, we know that being on the FATF grey or blacklist has significant consequences for our economy, as it questions the integrity of the country's financial environment and constrains foreign direct investment. It's for that reason that we have pursued these interventions to strengthen our anti-money laundering regime, to entrench the gains and ensure we do not return to negative FATF observation again. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honourable Member. Any follow-up questions, please?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to find out from the Minister, one of the first strategies is sensitization on the new Anti-Money Laundering Act. Sensitization. I would like to know how this is being done in the country. How is the sensitization carried out?
Yes, Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the Financial Intelligence Center, FIC, has organized a series of sensitization programs to bring key provisions of the Act to the attention of key stakeholders, including the banks and non-bank financial institutions, law enforcement agencies, and civil society organizations. It's expected that these programs will enhance compliance within the industry. And so far, this is how far we have gone on the sensitization on this matter. Thank you.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. I'll still move on with regards to sensitization. You know, most of us here are also dealing with banks and all that, but there is no time in points that have any education regarding anti-money laundering issues based on the sensitization. That is why I was asking which strategies are being used, how are they being carried out, so that we know, so that if in case we need to also spread them information, that we do that. That's the reason why I'm asking that. But the answer provided for me is not, more detailed for me.
So you can ask further questions on it if you have.
Speaker, I would like to find out from the minister how are they deploying ICT, information technology, with regards to combating these anti-money laundering issues in the country.
Yes, Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the measures I mentioned, including the sensitizations, are by no means exhaustive. And therefore, other measures such as the proposal to use ICT will be employed in order to ensure that we sensitize as many stakeholders as possible. Thank you.
The last one.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to find out from the minister, based on the information provided, are they also employing the services of national security and other security agencies with regards to fight against the anti-money laundering system in the country? And how are they doing that?
Yes, Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, if I got his question correct, he's asking how we are involving the security agencies in this matter. I didn't hear him correctly. Yeah, Mr. Speaker, the Financial Intelligence Center is one of the security agencies of our country. And to the extent that money laundering is a criminal act, all other security agencies are involved in this, right from the discussions on the bill to the formulation of the bill. And there are sections of the act passed by Parliament which requires the various security agencies to play various roles in ensuring that we arrest money laundering in the country. Thank you.
Yes, Honourable Deputy Leader.
Honourable Minister, IUCO is also in the fight against money laundering, but has prosecutorial powers, including the power of arrest. Would you consider coming with an amendment to give FIC arresting powers? Because in your answer to my respected colleague from Keta, you had indicated that money laundering is a crime and FIC operates under the space of the intelligence agency. So would you, in view of the situation, consider giving them power of arrest in the law and the power to prosecute? Thank you.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, my very respected Deputy Leader is asking the Minister whether he would consider bringing a law to this House to be passed. Mr. Speaker, that is out of the domain of, a question that has been a substantive question that has been asked. He can consider filing a substantive question, but this is not a question that will follow a substantive question, Mr. Speaker. So I want you to rule him out, asking him to file a substantive question. The Minister can actually ignore this particular question.
It's all right, I can. Honourable Tusa, please. The question is not out of order. The main question is the measures government is putting in place to save Ghana from returning to the money laundering list. And the follow-up question is whether they will consider giving arresting powers to the Financial Intelligence Unit, which is the agency actually responsible for. So the question is in order. Honourable Minister, kindly answer.
Mr. Speaker, even though the Financial Intelligence Center is the lead, as I indicated, the issue of money laundering is criminal, and the Act provides for roles to be played by other security agencies, some of who have arresting powers or prosecuting the power of prosecution. And so, Mr. Speaker, government has not taken a decision yet to grant Financial Intelligence Center. When that decision is taken, an appropriate bill or amendment will be brought to this House for consideration. I thank you.
Very well, I'll move on. Question number 388 by the Honourable Member for Kwesimintim, Dr. Prince Hamidu Ama. Yes, Honourable Member.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to ask this question that I filed 2 years ago. So, Speaker, I filed this question in June 2021, 2 years ago. Mr. Speaker, I rise to ask the Minister of Finance what steps the ministry is taking to ensure the completion of various projects in the Kwesimintim constituency initiated by the Coastal Development Authority under the Infrastructure for Poverty Eradication Program, IPEP. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and many thanks to Honorable Dr. Prince Hamid Ama for the question. Mr. Speaker, our commitment to equitable and balanced national development is strong and remains unchanged. This commitment has inspired us to ensure fair allocation and release of resources in accordance with the law and national policies. The government established the development authorities and placed them under the Infrastructure for Poverty Eradication Program, IPEP, to serve as strategic vehicles for addressing the gaps in development amongst urban, perurban, and rural areas. Accordingly, we've continued to provide resources to enable the IPEP Secretariat to support all the development authorities, including the Coastal Development Authority, under which the Kwesimintim constituency falls. In 2022, amidst the economic challenges, we released 230,312,304 cedis, Ghana cedis, 75 pesos, to support the implementation of the work program of the development authorities. It is our expectation that the IPEP Secretariat will continue to work closely with the Coastal Development Authority to complete all ongoing projects, including those in the Kwesimintim constituency. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honourable Member.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in the Minister's response, he emphasized the fact that certain amount of money were released in 2022 to support the implementation of the IPEP program. So, Speaker, indeed, in my constituency, the contractor was paid monies due him. Unfortunately, after receiving the payment, the contractor abandoned site, and they have since not returned. What is the ministry doing to ensure that contractors who have received payment return to site? Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member, who is which agency is managing the contract? Is it the Ministry of Finance?
Mr. Speaker, the agency responsible is CODA, but the monies that were released for Ministry of Finance, I thought that the ministry, in the interest of efficiency in public finance management, will take steps to ensure that agencies who have received money ensure that the monies are properly utilized. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Can we ask another question, please? Ask another question, please.
Mr. Speaker, that will be all for now. Thank you.
Very well. This is a constituency-specific question. This is a constituency-specific question. It was in relation to his constituency. It's not a general one. The next question is in the name of the Honourable Member for K2 North, Mr. James Okuluje Aveji. Very well, I'll move on. Question number 682, Honourable Member for Tolong, Star Habib Idrisu. Very well, I'll move on. Question number 906, by the Honourable Member for Kwando, Mrs. Della Soa. Yes, you may ask your question.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. I'd like to ask the Minister for Finance what government's position is on the cryptocurrency. Thank you.
Yes, Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, let me thank the Honourable Mrs. Della Soa, MP for Kwando, for the question. Mr. Speaker, noting the increasing interest in cryptocurrency among some Ghanaian consumers and the inherent risk associated with these digital assets, government has taken various steps to understand the implications of this emerging technology and explored various positions taken by different jurisdictions and key international standard-setting bodies, such as Financial Action Task Force, Financial Stability Board, and the Basel Committee on Banking Supervision. This is to develop a comprehensive framework that addresses the regulatory concerns and risk associated with digital assets, as an outright ban appears potentially ineffective. Mr. Speaker, we have in this year witnessed the severe challenges faced by high-profile U.S. banks, Silvergate, Republic Bank, and the Silicon Valley Bank, that are highly linked with the crypto industries. We've also seen the challenges faced by FTX in America since November 2022. Mr. Speaker, these lessons reinforce government's commitment to enhance the regulatory regime and provide timely advice and mitigation measures on the risk associated with this new technology. Mr. Speaker, in the meantime, the government will continue to allow associated technologies such as blockchain and distributed ledger technology innovations in the sandbox as we explore the development of a framework. Until such a framework is in place, the government would like to reiterate its directives conveyed in several notices, including one issued on 9th March 2022, that all institutions licensed by Bank of Ghana are prohibited from facilitating cryptocurrency transactions through their platforms or agent outlets. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honourable Member.
Right Honourable Speaker, I thank the Minister for his answer, but I'd like to know, is there a tentative framework in place to protect vulnerable Ghanaians? Is there a tentative framework in place? Thank you.
Yes, Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I know that the Bank of Ghana has been undertaking several measures, including sensitizing the citizens on the cryptocurrency issue, the effects associated with that, and then also our position that the use of cryptocurrency platforms are prohibited. I'm not aware of any comprehensive framework at the moment on this matter, Mr. Speaker, and thank you.
Yes, Honourable.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to further ask, you know, people are desperate. They are looking for alternative means of saving. What will happen to the economy if this thing turns out negatively? Like somebody was duped recently of $200,000. He invested in this Bitcoin. How will you protect people from such shocks, or the whole country as a whole? Thank you.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, because we do not have yet a comprehensive framework to address issues relating to cryptocurrency, we'll continue to sensitize the people of Ghana, especially economic agents that are involved in huge transactions such as the amount mentioned by the Honourable Member, in order to continue to discourage them from even considering the use of cryptocurrencies for such transactions, including transactions of a minor nature. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable, you are done. Very well. Question number 911 to be asked by the Honorable Member for Bilsa South, Dr. Clement Apak.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, my question is not 2 years old, but I find the designation 911 very memorable on this historic day. Mr. Speaker, I rise to ask the Minister for Finance what accounted for the huge increase in the amount invested to implement the free senior high school policy from 3.2 billion since its inception, as reported in the 2020 mid-year review of the budget statement and economic policy, to 7.62 billion as reported in the 2021 mid-year fiscal policy review of the budget statement and economic policy.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thanks to Honorable Brother Dr. Clement A. Apak. Mr. Speaker, one of the President's priorities is to protect the sovereign rights of the people to pursue dignified and fulfilling lives, and in particular ensure that our young people are equipped with the skill set to achieve social mobility. The government of His Excellency the President believes that the free senior high school policy sets a real solid foundation for our young people to compete in the global marketplace and reach even higher heights by the grace of God. Mr. Speaker, it was in demonstration of this commitment that in the 2020 mid-year fiscal policy review, we stated, and I quote, "We invested 3.2 billion Ghana cedis to implement free senior high school, resulting in over 1.2 million teenagers being in secondary school now, looking forward to better in life. For their parents and families, this has translated into 2.2 billion Ghana cedis in savings." End of quote. Mr. Speaker, the 2021 mid-year fiscal policy review discussed the sources of financing for the free senior high school program in line with our interest in budgetary transparency. In that review, I stated that, and I quote, "Over the 5 years, a total amount of 7.62 billion Ghana cedis has been allocated to implement the free senior high school program." Unquote. Mr. Speaker, I indicated further that this cumulative allocation for the program do not usually and naturally translate into the amount spent or invested in the free senior high school program for two key reasons. Number one, how much we are able to spend or invest depends on revenue performance. And number two, non-alignment of the financial academic year, which requires that reconciliation occurs before amounts are fully paid in the next financial year. So these are the two main reasons. But Mr. Speaker, in fact, by the end of 2021, the cumulative amount invested in the free senior high school had reached 5.3 billion Ghana cedis and not 7.62 billion as may have been represented. Mr. Speaker, the increases in allocation is as a result of the increases in cohorts and enrollment. In the 2017-2018 academic year, for example, total enrollment was 362,108, and this increased to 432,791 in the 2018-2019 academic year. By the 2021-2022 academic year, enrollment reached 465,242. Subsequent allocations increased because the number of cohorts, and for that matter, the number of enrollments has been increasing. Mr. Speaker, it's imperative to note that the predictions made by some members of our society that the free senior high school policy will compromise the standards of our education has not manifested. On the contrary, the results under the free senior high school have showed a systematic improvement. The 2021 WACSI results, the second batch of the Akufo-Addo graduates, shows 54.08% of students recording A1 to C6 in English, as opposed to 51.6% in 2016. 65.7% recorded A1 to C6 in integrated science in 2021, as opposed to 48.35% in 2016. 54.11% recording A1 to C6 in mathematics, as compared to 33.12% in 2016. And finally, 66.03% recording A1 to C6 in social studies, as compared to 54.55% in 2016. Mr. Speaker, as a result of this transformational and inclusive government intervention, about 2 million young people have either found a pathway to further education, training, apprenticeship, employment, and a potentially prosperous future. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in the Minister's response on page 34 of today's order paper, he indicates that the cumulative amount invested in the free senior high school has reached 5.3 billion and not 7.62 billion as may have been represented. Mr. Speaker, my question is based on figures also provided to this House in response to a question by my ranking member, the Honorable Peter Nochu-Kotoi, and this is contained in the official report of 22nd March 2023. Mr. Speaker, in the response to the Honorable Nochu-Kotoi's question on expenditure on the free senior high school, the Minister for Education provided a table which is under column 131. The table provides a column for allocation, total releases, and total expenditure. Both total releases and total expenditure are in the range of 5.1 billion for 2017 to 2021. Can the Minister for Finance explain to this House and to Ghanaians why the figure that he has provided today as the cumulative to implement the program for 2017 to 2021 is different from the figure provided by the Minister for Education for the same time period? What is the reason for the variance for the same activity, for the same period, under the same regime? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Minister. Can you explain? Yes.
Mr. Speaker, respectfully, just want to draw the attention of my respected colleague to a preliminary matter. Mr. Speaker, in his question, his burden was premised on mid-year report of 2021. And for the avoidance of doubt, I will read it again.
Leader, please.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, he was referring to...
No, the Minister can answer. Kindly allow the Minister to answer. Unless you are raising an objection.
That is so. That is so. That is so.
Kindly refer me to the rule.
Mr. Speaker, my objection is grounded on the fact that in his question, he premises the issue on the mid-year report. However,
he is referring to a Hansa of a report by the Minister of Education to contradict the minister. Because, Mr. Speaker, if I read the question, it says, to ask the Minister for Finance what accounted for the huge increase in the amount invested to implement free senior high school from 3.2 billion since its inception, as reported, emphasis, as reported in the 2020 mid-year review of the budget statement and economic policy, to 7.62 billion as reported in the 2021 mid-year fiscal policy review of the budget statement and economic policy. That is the burden of your contention. And I'm saying, Mr. Speaker, to ask a supplementary question premised on an answer by the Minister of Education, to suggest that the minister is contradicting the Minister of Education, is misplaced, with respect. So if you are relying on mid-year reports, this is your own question, not mine. Everything must be within the scope of this.
Very well. Thank you, Honorable. Thank you. Yes, Honorable Minister, kindly answer the question. I have admitted a question.
I was simply going to add that in the minister's answer, he acknowledges exactly the question that was asked. He has given reasons for the increase. So, for the who is not following?
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, respectfully, I do not have access to the reference he premised his question on, and I'll appreciate to look at it before I can provide answers. Thank you.
Yes, do you have another question?
Mr. Speaker, I'll make a copy of the Hazard official report available to the Minister for Finance. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Minister admits that a total amount of 7.62 billion has been allocated between 2017 and 2021 to fund the implementation of the free senior school policy. Mr. Speaker, with this in mind, I want to ask the Minister why government still owes buffer stock food suppliers who supply food to our secondary schools in an amount of 198 million Ghana cedis, for which they have threatened not to supply food until they are paid.
Honorable, I'm trying to understand how. No, I'm trying to understand how that is related to the question you asked. I can't see how it is related to the question you asked. No, don't explain. Rearrange your question to make it relevant as a follow-up to the question you asked.
Very well, Mr. Speaker. With guidance from my ranking member. Mr. Speaker, with this amount allocated to fund the program, how will the ministry address the current concerns raised by the buffer stock food suppliers in terms of government's indebtedness to them?
These two want another question, please. Yes. If you have school feeding and buffer stock, find that question. You ask for a budget arrangement, it has been provided.
Mr. Speaker, the buffer stock food suppliers supply food to the secondary schools. And feeding...
How is that related to this budget question you asked?
Mr. Speaker, that's the money that is supposed to be used to pay them. So if you have 7.62 billion and you have only utilized 5.3, there is a surplus to be able to pay them. So why are you not paying them? This is the question I'm seeking to ask.
So can you file that question?
Very well. I'm grateful, Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I've gone through the answers by the minister. According to the minister, they needed 7.62 billion within the 5 years frame of the program. And they were given 5.26, if I'm correct. And when we do the arithmetic, we have 2.32 billion deficit. My question is, I'm asking the minister, is he inferring that there's a financial challenge with respect to the implementation of free SHS? Is there any financial challenge? Just a simple question. Thank you.
Honorable, I don't think you have read the answer provided. Your question is out of order. Very well, I'll move on. Question number 921, in the name of the honorable member for Bebieni and Yasu Bekwai, Mr. Alfredo Bimboating.
Yeah. Right, Honorable Speaker, I rise to ask the Minister for Finance what his ministry is doing to ensure that the individual shareholders and directors who were involved in committing various financial crimes that led to the revocation of their licenses are not permitted to operate any regulated businesses in the country. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and to my good friend, Honorable Alfred Obimboating, for the question. Mr. Speaker, following a successful cleanup of the banking sector, government embarked on several reforms to prevent former directors, key management personnel, and shareholders of defunct regulated institutions from operating in the banking sector. A number of rules, including the Corporate Governance Directive and Fit and Proper Persons Directive, were issued to ascertain the fitness and propriety of shareholders, directors, and key management personnel in line with international best practices. Specifically, Mr. Speaker, the Fit and Proper Persons Directive has clear provisions on rules for the assessment of the fitness and propriety of shareholders, directors, and key management personnel, and also provides conditions under which persons may be disqualified, including whether the person has been a director of or directly involved in the management of any company or institution. Mr. Speaker, some of the specific issues of interest under this assessment are whose license has been revoked, is being or has been wound up by a court of competent jurisdiction or other authority competent to do so within or outside Ghana, or has gone into receivership, insolvency, or involuntary liquidation. Mr. Speaker, to prevent recycling of persons involved in the operations of banks and SDIs that were put into receivership, the following processes are followed by the Bank of Ghana. Request confidential reports from the receivers of the defunct financial institutions in respect of prospective directors, key management personnel, and shareholders to ascertain their involvement, if any, in matters that led to the collapse of the relevant institutions. Request confidential reports from the Financial Intelligence Center on the backgrounds, financial dealings, and other relevant activities of prospective shareholders, directors, and key management personnel of regulated financial institutions. The Bank of Ghana interviewed all prospective directors, key management personnel, and shareholders of regulated financial institutions to ascertain their previous dealings in the financial sector, including defaulting on loans and other facilities from banks or SDIs, and to assess their level of appreciation of the rules that apply to banking and the responsibilities and duties of key officers under the law. Check the Bank of Ghana's database of past directors and key management personnel to confirm if any adverse findings have been recorded in the past against any of them. Check with other relevant financial sector regulators for confidential reports if a prospective shareholder, director, or key management personnel of a bank or SDI has had any dealings in securities, insurance, or pension subsectors that have been of concern. Mr. Speaker, it's also pertinent to note that there are several shareholders, directors, and key management personnel of the defunct institutions that are currently undergoing criminal prosecution by the Attorney General, following findings from criminal investigations conducted by relevant state agencies. Others are expected to be prosecuted by the Attorney General in due course. The Bank of Ghana has provided significant support, Mr. Speaker, towards these criminal investigations and prosecutions and expects that the remaining processes to complete this will be expedited by the state. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honourable Member. The follow-up questions, please.
Yes, right, Honourable Speaker. This is not. I'm done. I don't have any follow-up question. I just want to make a comment or give him a message for his boss. Right, Honourable Speaker.
Honourable, yeah, this is question time. There's no space for comments.
Well, it's related to this same thing. As a result of these financial crimes committed by such individuals, a lot of investors have got their money locked up and they've still not been paid. So they should speed up. I know they are still seeking for liquidation order in court, but they should speed up.
So, let me convert that to a question for you. Honourable Minister, what is your plan to dealing with locked up capital of customers of the defunct financial institutions? What is the ministry plan for dealing with the customers of the defunct financial institutions?
Mr. Speaker, I know that some of them who were supposed to be paid have been paid. I do not have the number of total payments made to them. In addition to the assurance that government was going to protect their savings, some banks that were liquidated were also given to different management to manage, and to date, some of them are doing very well. As to the details in the protection of the customers, Mr. Speaker, we can provide that later. Thank you.
Very well. The last, yes, Honourable, please.
Yeah. So, Mr. Speaker, I just want the minister to allay the fears of those whose funds have been locked up. How assured should they feel that they would have their funds paid to them?
I think the answer he gave covers your question. He has already given assurance that he doesn't have the details, but he's told us what steps government has taken already and what plans there are.
So, Mr. Speaker, in other words, he's assuring the Ghanaian public that those
Yes. So,
those honorable members who are agitated, I know. I know. So I know why you're agitated.
Mr. Speaker, the finance minister has the mandate to do so because he holds the purse. So what I want to know from him that, from what he's just said, should we feel assured so that we communicate to constituents who have their funds locked up?
I think he has given the assurance already. The last question for, oh yes, honorable minister, what says?
Mr. Speaker, I've already indicated that government has paid a significant number. The number I can provide later. But as to those who have not been paid yet, there is no reason why government will pay some and not pay others. I believe that the due processes are being followed, and in due course they will be paid. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Very well. The last question is question number 1791. In the name of the honourable member for K2 South, Ms. Abla-Jifa Gomashi.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I rise to ask the Minister for Finance the status of the feasibility study on the coastal shoreline of Ghana as captured in the 2022 budget.
Yes, Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Honourable Abla-Jifa Gomashi, for the question. Mr. Speaker, government has demonstrated remarkable commitment to the development of coastal communities in honor of our pledge for equitable prosperity of our country. In pursuit of this pledge, the Ministry of Finance sought and received parliamentary permission to modify the 2022 budget to address the critical challenges to the coastal communities in Ghana. This was to provide a more comprehensive solution, that is, to mitigate erosion, ease tidal flooding, enhance sanitary conditions, and stimulate economic growth, and protect Ghana's 540 kilometers of coastline, including the 149 kilometers between Aflao and Pram. Mr. Speaker, among the modifications was the budgetary allocation of at least 10 million Ghana cedis to complete the feasibility and engineering studies for the coastal communities adversely affected by tidal waves, which rendered about 3,000 people homeless in Ketu South, and Angloga constituencies, including Blekusu. Mr. Speaker, I can report that the feasibility study has been conducted, and feasibility study report was submitted to the Public Investment Program Working Committee, a statutory committee under the legislative instrument 2411 on 9th March 2023, in compliance with Regulation 9A of the Public Financial Management, Public Investment Management Regulations 2020, LI 2411. Based on the recommendations of the Public Investment Program Working Committee, conveyed in a letter dated 22nd May 2023, a seal of quality for the project has been issued. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Honourable Minister, would you say that there's a possibility of you incorporating in the mid-year budget that's going to be read issues that have been addressed in the reports that you mentioned?
Sorry, I didn't get the question.
My question is, he admits that the report is ready, and I'm asking whether the issues that were addressed in the report during the feasibility study, will those find presence in the mid-year budgets that will be read? Solutions to the problems that were identified, I mean.
Yes, Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm unable to tell what the content of the mid-year budget will be. as government is still consulting on the issues that will eventually be the content of the mid-year budget. Also, mid-year budget, as we know, is to review our past performance and then also to chart a path for future. But as far as fiscal implications are concerned, that is something we continue to debate about. So, Mr. Speaker, I can assure Honourable Member, Honourable Gomashe, that the report will be acted on. But as to the content of the mid-year review, I beg I'm unable to disclose that. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Is there a possibility that if it doesn't find space within the mid-year budget, as you have indicated, would you assist the people of Ketu South and and push it to the 2023 budget proper? And also, if you can make a report available to me. Thank you.
Honourable Member, the report may be ready, but only the financial part that may be covered by the budget review as to whether money was released to it or not. So I suggest that you work with them to get the content and probably seek assistance as to how they will provide for further money. But even if he answers that, it will not be helpful. So I suggest that you leave it here and...
No, there was a second part which was for a copy of the report.
I think that would be helpful. Very well. Yes, Honourable Member for Hope, Ho Central, also known as Hope.
I have authority from Honourable James Klute Aveji of Ketu North.
Honourable, you are out of order. We are on one question. We haven't closed it. No.
Oh, okay.
Kindly resume your seat.
I thought you have finished.
The coastal line. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Works and Housing Subcommittee, of which I'm a member, did inspect the entire coastline from Ketu South all the way to Axim. And so I'm trying to fish out when this report would also get to the Committee of Works and Housing, because we also have a direct interest in this, because this comes under Works. So I'd like if Mr. Minister can give an indication of where this is, because this is news to me, and I'm sure it's news to any other committee member who is here. Thank you.
Well, at least a member asked the question. It means that she knows it is the work has been done. The ministry is only providing financing. I'm sure the report will finally come to the Ministry of Works and Housing, so don't be in a hurry. It will come there. All right. Very well, honourable members. Honourable, now you want to seek permission to ask a question on behalf, but I will not grant permission. You have already exceeded 1 hour, which is allowed for questions. So the answer to the question asked by the honourable member is provided in the order paper, and that should be sufficient. On that note, that brings us to the end of question time. Honourable Minister, we thank you for attending upon the House to answer questions. You are discharged. Yes. Leader.
If you'll be pleased, we'll take motion item 17.
Item 17, motion. Honourable Second Deputy Speaker to take the chair. Chairman of the Minister for Lands and Natural Resources. Is he here to move the motion? Yes, Honourable.
Mr. Speaker, the Minister, I can't see the Minister of Lands and Natural Resources in the House. Mr. Speaker, we have spent, we have spent a lot of the day doing other things, but I was hoping that the leader would have made an application. He just made a request for us to do item 17 and sat down. And when you ask for the minister, and I'm telling him that his minister is not here, he's without the mic, making all sorts of gestures that I don't even understand.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the Honorable Minister is unavoidably absent. And Mr. Speaker, the Honorable Minister is a regular member of this House. And when I say regular member, I mean to say he's a member of Parliament, and when it comes to his ministerial functions, he is always punctual in attending upon the House. But on this occasion, and on this occasion only, he pleads to be excused for attending upon the House. He, however, does not leave us empty. With your leave, Mr. Speaker, his able deputy, who is an experienced parliamentarian and well versed with the jurisprudence of the House, is able to discharge that duty in his stead. With your leave, Mr. Speaker, the able deputy minister is available, and I hope that with the cooperation and indulgence of my colleagues on the other side, he will be able to discharge that duty. No, I'm not doing so. Mr. Speaker, I am saying that with your cooperation and indulgence, that
yes, Mr. Speaker, on this occasion we shall cooperate, but not all the time.
Let me observe that when I came in the morning, the Honorable Minister was in the House. So I think he left after the short break. So, Honorable Deputy Minister, you may move the motion.
Thank you, Minister. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise that the Wildlife Resource Management Bill 2022 be now read a second time. I so move. I've said it. I so move. I said it. Mr. Speaker, I so move. Mr. Speaker, the Honorable Deputy Majority Leader is out of order. He wants me to be wild. Mr. Speaker, that's not my usual self. Mr. Speaker, I so move.
Very well. Yes, Chairman.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to second the motion. And with your permission, I present your committee's report. I will read only the introduction and conclusion of the report. And I request the Hamzat office to capture the entire report as having been read. The Wildlife Resource Management Bill 2022 was laid in Parliament by the Honourable Minister for Lands and Natural Resources, Honourable Samuel Jinapo, on 14 February 2023. The bill was thereafter read the first time and referred to the Committee on Lands and Forestry for consideration and report in accordance with Article 106(4) and 5 of the 1992 Constitution and Order 1777 of the Standing Orders of the House. Mr. Speaker,
everything is in order.
the committee's proposed amendments are contained in the appendix, conclusion and recommendation. The committee has duly scrutinized the Wildlife Resource Management Bill 2022 in the light of the 1992 Constitution and the other existing laws. The committee takes the considered view that the eventual enactment of the bill will ensure effective management of the country's wildlife resources in accordance with international best practices, and also promote private sector investment in the sector. In that regard, the committee recommends to the House to adopt this report and pass the Wildlife Resource Management Bill 2022 in accordance with Article 106 of the 1992 Constitution. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Well. Honourable members, the motion has been moved and has been seconded by the chairman. Pursuant to Order 127, we are to take full debate on the principles of the bill, and therefore I will invite members who are interested to debate the bill. And the first person to catch my eye is Honourable Member for Wa Central. Yes, Honourable.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, debating the report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this, I would like to contribute to the report of the Committee on the Wildlife Resource Management Bill 2022. Mr. Speaker, this bill is important because it has a lot of value that goes beyond Ghana. It is, in order for us to grasp the essence of it, it was necessary for us to open it up, invited the public to contribute to it, to enhance the quality we wanted in it, and also to involve the generality of the people of Ghana, because we are here to cure an evil in the present legal system, which is generally because of the aged nature of it. For 50 years, there had been laws on wildlife, laws on, and those laws are not enough. They have not gone far enough to cure the fact that we would be reflecting on the present international legal system on wildlife. So, Mr. Speaker, focusing on it, the essence of this present law is going to take more consideration on just not the fauna, but also the flora. In the past, it was about plants, and today we are merging the plant, curing the problem of securing protection of plants, and then animal life, which is in accordance with the present situation we find ourselves. Mr. Speaker, the increase in scope in the protection of wildlife will ensure that we don't have our people go into the forest, destroy, capture, or even hunt animals the way they want. It is all going to be within a certain legal frame which will allow for the forest to be protected, life to be protected, and also to ensure that we have more benefit in securing the forest and wildlife. So now, in order for the law, present law will ensure that in order for you to go into the forest and to kill or protect or consume or to destroy any life, it must be with the exclusive permission of the chief executive, who would make sure that you are given the permission to do a specific thing. And if it is to be given, if permission is to be given to you, there are a number of things you would have to be given for permission to do. Maybe to ensure that it is in line with the conservation attempt by the state, or is in line with scientific research, or is even in line with captive breeding. You want to breed, and so you capture something and breed it. So these are very important indicators that you can find in the bill. And we believe that if the bill is captured properly and it is passed, we are going to have a situation where people can now harvest or maybe conserve wildlife, protect them, breed them, and possibly sell them internally or export them. These things were not within the specifications in the old law. So today we are going to have them all captured in the law. So we have a situation where, according to the convention we signed for 1994, Ghana will be within the scope of operations in how wildlife is kept in Ghana. So it is a very important bill, and I would urge my friends to support this principle that we are projecting, so we can pass the bill into law to ensure that the quality of conservation of wildlife in Ghana is enhanced, and that we would also be within the scope of international conventions and principles which govern wildlife. Mr. Speaker, I thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you very much. Yes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker.
Honorable, I haven't called you.
Even these days, we should just be instructions or hesitate.
Ofa, let's hear you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for giving the opportunity to contribute to this debate. Mr. Speaker, the bill satisfies the standards or the standard set out under Article 106(2). It details out the policies and principles. It also identifies the weaknesses of the existing laws and also provide remedies to address the weaknesses. Mr. Speaker, wildlife policy has moved from protection to conservation, and today we are being called upon to pass a law that would enable us manage wildlife resources in a sustainable manner. Wildlife resources, Mr. Speaker, are being managed by the Wildlife Division of the Forestry Commission. So they have the responsibility to manage wildlife resources in a sustainable manner. Mr. Speaker, there's a lot that this country can benefit from wildlife resources, particularly in the area of revenue generation. We have failed in this effort. Mr. Speaker, other countries like Kenya, Tanzania, Botswana are countries that generate a lot of revenue from wildlife resources through ecotourism. Here, we have a lot of resources. We have the Mole National Park. We have the Dija National Park. So I wanted to bring to this house pictures of animals that have been taken in the Mole National Park. Yet, we don't generate enough. I checked how much this country generated by way of revenue from the Mole National Park. And I was told that we generated only 800,000 from Mole National Park, a national park that has a lot of elephants, lions, tigers, pythons, because we haven't developed the park to the standard that will attract tourists to the place. We'd rather go to Nairobi in Kenya, where they don't have as much animals as we do have. Mr. Speaker, it is instructive to know that the Forestry Commission Act of 1999 at 571 was not the first Forestry Commission that was established. The first Forestry Commission under the Fourth Republic that was established in 1993.
And, Mr. Speaker, in that act, or the act that established that Forestry Commission, Forestry Department was independent of the Forestry Commission. The Wildlife Department was independent of the Commission. Timber Export Development Board was independent. Timber Inspection Bureau was independent. And therefore, it became almost impossible for the Forestry Commission to work effectively. So, in 1999, the Ministry of Lands and Natural Resources brought to this House another bill to re-establish the Forestry Commission with a view of bringing all these independent agencies under the Forestry Commission. That was the first object of the law at the time, to bring all the divisions under the Forestry Commission for efficient management. And the second one was that when that arrangement was in place, Forestry Commission will be able to generate resources to take care of administration and operational expenses of the Commission. So when the law was established, when the law was passed in 1999, and the new Forestry Commission was established, in the year 2000, Mr. Speaker, in our budget, we did not provide for Forestry Commission. They were able to generate revenue to take care of their expenses. Government was not subventing Forestry Commission. And that was the idea. The idea was to harness resources in forestry to be able to generate resources. In the area of forestry, we have done well. But in the area of wildlife, nothing has happened. We haven't done anything. Mr. Speaker, we still haven't lost it completely. Because the reserves are still there. Mole is still there. Dija is still there. We can develop these things. In this country, what we do is that we use the cheapest way of generating revenue, increasing taxes. That is what we do. Mr. Speaker, Forestry Commission has a duty to invest resources in the Mole National Park. If they cannot get sufficient money in their act, Section 19 provides for the funds of the Forestry Commission, and it identifies loans as one of the revenues available to Forestry Commission. In Section 21, they are allowed to borrow. That's their borrowing powers, borrow from outside to develop Mole National Park. So I suggest to the Minister for Lands, Natural Resources, the deputy who is here, who feebly moved the motion, to take note of these provisions and generate resources or provide resources for development of these reserves. Mr. Speaker, the second issue is about the threat of our resources. The forest we used to have is no more. All the forest reserves have been encroached upon, almost all have been encroached upon. In the past, you hardly hear somebody encroaching in the forest reserve. The encroachment was in the off-reserve areas. But today, because all the trees in the off-reserve areas have been felled, people have the courage to go into the forest reserves. Forest reserves are under attack now. That is with regards to the productive and the unproductive forest reserves. As soon as that one finishes, the next target will be the wildlife resources. If we start or begin to cut the trees in the wildlife reserves, we won't have animals again, where the animals live in the forest. So I want to advise the deputy minister and therefore the minister to take steps to ensure that our wildlife reserves remain protected. for the sake of posterity. Mr. Speaker, with these few comments, but because I wanted to add more, with these few comments, I will urge my colleagues to support this very important bill and to get it passed. I thank you very much.
Well. Yes. Honorable Member for Asokwa.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to add my voice to the bill on the floor that members should support the passing of this bill, because, Mr. Speaker, this bill is long overdue. It's long overdue. 12 years along the line, and not much has been done about it. It's something that we need to critically examine as a House and ensure its passage, because a number of international treaties have been passed, and the bill has not taken cognizance of that one. And Mr. Speaker, you agree with me that conservation of our biodiversity is an important activity that must be done and done properly, especially in the face of the current climate change and its effect on our forest zones. It is therefore very critical that we look at the bill and then come up with the right policies to guide our activities in that area. Mr. Speaker, you agree with me that quite recently we had a case when somebody, an individual brought in a tiger into the country, and by its rolling alone, it posed as a danger. If we had the right way of ensuring that imports of such endangered animals are well taken care of, I think with the guidance of an appropriate bill, we will be able to deal with this issue. We have a number of people rearing snakes and crocodiles in their domestic homes. And it is also very important that to ensure that other neighbors are not hurt by the way these animals are kept. It is critical that we have a guidance through the passage of this bill to address these issues. And our endangered species are also the endangered animals are the ones that we also have to ensure that we still keep them in check and ensure that they stay with us as people. That's why we still have animals like elephants within our communities, which because of the conservation laws that are passed to ensure that. Mr. Speaker, it is my passionate appeal that members support this bill. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Honourable Member, at the conclusion, okay, let me come to my son Kwanta briefly.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity to contribute to this bill. Mr. Speaker, my concern in the first place, when you look into the Bible, when the world was created, men were fewer than animals. Because the Garden of Eden was filled with a lot of animals with just one man. Look at the proportion today. We are having more men and people than the animals that we have in this country. It tells you that the maintenance of our environment that we are imbued to ensure has been relegated to the background. So we are not taking care of these animals who were with us at the beginning of the earth. And today we are living as human beings without our friends, the animals who God created for us. When you look at this situation, it calls for immediate attention. And we have to direct on this issue critically and ensure that our environment, which comprises of the forest, the people, and then the animals in it, we look at it again. Mr. Speaker, today, let me start from our own residents. We are having a very small place or town, and you see the forest around us with a lot of animals moving up and down. Today, all our forests, both forest and the primary and secondary, have been depleted, and we are building only houses. Previously, when we are traveling from Accra to Kumasi, at Achimota, we see that you have the flora all the way to maybe in Sawom. Today, from Achimota to Sawom are all buildings. Let's ask ourselves, we have a lot of people in there, how many animals are there? We have to look at it critically and ensure that the way we are building and depleting our forests and land, very soon it means that we'll be living on this earth without our friends, the animals. Let us have these laws also controlling the way that we are building and make sure that we reserve certain forests in between our residential areas and make sure the animals that we are talking about today, the wildlife, we have them as well. The rivers, we have them as well. Not building to destroy our forests and destroy our river bodies. Mr. Speaker, at the same time, we are farming. Are we controlling our farming? We are burning the bush. And we are driving away the animals that live in the bush. How are we controlling these animals? In terms of farming, taking away the forest, taking away the trees, driving away the animals, how are we going to sustain them? The economic value and implication in this sense, we are ignoring them, which needs our attention. Mr. Speaker, at the same time, we are talking about this wildlife. When you visit some of these forests, as my honourable member was saying, most of these mining areas have also been depleted. I want to suggest that we have in place reclamation of some of these lands, make them be some forest reserve for us. So today we can take advantage of these destroyed lands where we can reclaim them, make sure we put the forest and the tree back there and reserve them for these animals. And I believe that with time we can reverse the trend where we have these reclaimed lands reforested, put in there the animals, reserve them for future use. I thank you, Mr. Speaker, for this contribution.
Thank you very much. Leadership, can I conclude? Very well. Honourable members, at the conclusion of the debate, all those in favour of the motion listed 17 in today's order paper say aye. Aye. All those against say no. Honourable members, the ayes have it, and the motion is adopted.
An act to consolidate and revise the laws relating to wildlife and protected areas, provide for the implementation of international conventions on wildlife to which Ghana is a signatory, and for related matters.
Honourable members, the Wildlife Resources Management Bill 2022 is accordingly read a second time. Yes.
Speaker, may we turn to page 10 of today's order paper. Page 10, item 21. So that we've agreed to do a few clauses. We've agreed to do a few clauses of the UNESCO bill, and then we'll draw the curtains for the day. So that is an agreement between leadership. As we got, the Honourable Dafemiko should defer to his whip, and he should look in the direction of the minority whip.
Yes. Honourable members, may I invite you to page 10, item listed 21, Ghana Commission for UNESCO Bill 2022 at the consideration stage. Very well. The chairman of the committee. Chairman, where is your minister? Okay, the deputy. Yes, chairman, let's hear you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, clause 11.
Okay, chairman, let the table read the head notes, then.
Yeah.
Yeah, so we will begin with clause 11.
Establishment of the executive committee.
Yes, chairman.
Amendment proposed. Subclause 2, paragraph D, delete and insert the following as advertised. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Very well. There is a proposed amendment to clause 11. Yes, honorable member for Sauda.
Speaker, thank you for the opportunity. Speaker, I'm in support of the present amendment, save to propose further amendment to line 1 after the word with to insert relevant. Mr. Speaker, to read 2 other persons, with relevant legal expertise, and the other with financial expertise, both nominated by the minister, at least one of whom is a woman. Mr. Speaker, the rationale is that, yes, you may have legal expertise as a result of long standing at the bar, but the expertise must be relevant to the purpose for which we want you to serve on this committee. And I think that that will serve, because let me demonstrate, for instance, Mr. Speaker. I am 14 years at the bar, I'm in my 14th year. I may speak of expertise, but I may not have relevant expertise in energy law. So if we speak of legal expertise, we need to qualify with the relevant area for which we want to nominate the person. With these words, I propose this further amendment to the amendment on the floor. Thank you.
Are you saying you are proposing further amendment to the...
that is so, Mr. Speaker. For the amendment being carried, but I'm proposing a further amendment.
Then it means you don't support the amendment being...
I do. I am not rejecting the amendment. Into the amendment, because this is a new amendment. This is a new proposal.
So what will be the rendition?
The rendition will go like 2 other persons. One with relevant legal expertise. Relevant legal expertise. Thank you.
Chairman, there is a further proposed amendment.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. I think it was discussed the other day that we should add the relevant so that it will be more meaningful. I think I agree with you.
So you are with the further...
Yes, I agree with the further amendment. Thank you.
Yes.
Speaker, consequentially, the expertise qualifying the financial person should also be qualified with relevant as well. Thank you.
Chairman, did you hear that one too?
Mr. Speaker, is consequential, so if it is here, it should be there also. I agree with you.
Very well. Honourable members, there is a further proposed amendment to clause 11. All those in favor of the proposed amendment, say aye. All those against, say no. Honourable members, the ayes have it. The proposed further amendment is adopted. We move to clause 11.4. Clause 11.4.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Clause 11.4. Amendment proposed. Add the following new clause. As advertised. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Well, honourable members, there is a proposed amendment to clause 11.4. Any contrary view? Yes, honourable member for the
Speaker, it's a standard provision, so it means in realigning the sub-provisions, this will appear before as it's contained in the bill itself. Is that the case?
Yes.
Okay.
So, honourable members, all those in favour of the proposed amendment to clause 11.4 say aye. All those against say no. Honourable members, the ayes have it. The proposed amendment to clause 11.4 is hereby adopted. I will now put the entire clause 11 together. Honourable members, all those in favour that clause 11 as variously amended stands part of the bill say aye. Honourable members, if you are here and cannot respond, then all those in favour that clause 11 as variously amended say aye. All those against say no. Honourable members, the ayes have it. Clause 11 as variously amended stands part of the bill. We now move to clause 15. Clause 12, sorry.
Functions of the Executive Committee.
Is there any? All those in favour that clause 12 stands part of the bill say aye. All those against say no. Honourable members, the ayes have it. Clause 12 is part of the bill. We turn to clause 13.
Power of the Executive Committee.
Chairman, is there any proposed amendment?
No, Mr. Speaker, we've done the 12, 13, and 14 already.
Very well. So I just want to go through systematically.
13 has been put, and we have done that already.
So all those in favour that clause 13 stands part of the bill say aye. All those against say no. Honourable members, the ayes have it. Clause 13 stands part of the bill. We now move to clause 14.
Meetings of the Executive Committee.
All those in favour that clause 14 stands part of the bill say aye. All those against say no. Honourable members, the ayes have it. Clause 14 stands part of the bill. Now we move to clause 15. There is
Secretariat of the Commission.
Yes, Chairman. Clause 15.
Right, Honourable Speaker.
By Honourable Helena Idrisu.
Yes. Right, Honourable Speaker. Clause 15, amendment proposed. Head note, before Secretariat add establishment of the. Mr. Speaker, we have done laws in this House, and the rendition was establishment of this, establishment of that. So I think the idea is to just make it more elegant, establishment of the Secretariat, if Chairman will agree.
Very well. Chairman, there is a proposed amendment by Honourable Member for Tamale South.
Yeah.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, I agree with him.
You agree with the proposed amendment?
Yes, I agree with the proposal.
Very well. Yes, Honourable Member for Southern.
Speaker, I agree. Indeed, it's in conformity with clause 11. The head note of clause 11 reads establishment of the Executive Committee. So it is in order that clause 15, the head note, should mutatis mutandis appear so. Thank you.
Very well. Honourable members, all those in favour of the proposed amendment to clause 15 say aye. That is the head note, clause 15 head note. Say aye. All those against say no. Honourable members, the ayes have it. The proposed amendment is adopted. we move to clause 15 sub 1.
Right Honourable Speaker, clause 15, amendment proposed. 1. Delete and insert the following. 1. There is established by this Act the Secretariat of the Commission.
Honourable members, there is a proposed amendment of sub-clause 1. Yes, Chairman.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I agree with the proposal.
Very well. Yes, Honourable Member for Southern.
Indeed, Mr. Speaker. Let me take you back to clause 11, where we have a twin provision which begins this way. There is established by this Act. And so, indeed, it conforms to internal consistency of the bill. Thank you.
Very well. Thank you very much. So the question is, all those in favor of clause 15 sub-clause 1 say aye. In favor of the amendment, say aye. All those against say no. Honourable members, the ayes have it. The proposed amendment to clause 15 sub-clause 1 is hereby adopted. I'll now put clause 15 together. All those in favor that clause 15 as variously amended stands part of the bill, say aye. All those against say no. Honourable members, the ayes have it. Clause 15 as variously amended stands part of the bill. We turn to clause 16.
Functions of the Secretariat.
Yes, Chairman.
Clause 16, amendment proposed, paragraph K, line 1. Delete may and insert may, comma, with the prior approval of the General Assembly. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Very well. Honourable members, there is a proposed amendment by the chairman of the committee. That is clause 16. Yes, let me come to Honourable Bajura.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Chairman says we should delete me, and he brought me again with comma, and he said me with the prior. Why don't you say that after me, instead of delete me and bringing back the me again? You should have just been delete the me. Just go ahead and say instead after me.
Yes. Honourable member for Southern.
Speaker, the proposal for this amendment is in order. Save that chairman hasn't justified why he's bringing the caveat. That is with the pro-approval of the committee. If you can justify why you are introducing this into your legislation, we'll be grateful. You have to justify it. No. You are seeking to qualify the may with the pro-approval. There has to be a reason for that.
The General Assembly must, prior to the committee's approval of all what they say, no, it shouldn't be shall, it should be may. It should be may. It shouldn't be shall. It is not definite. It can be changed. So it's may.
Speaker, chairman has not come. The honourable member requested that chairman should be able to convince us why he's adding the prior approval of the General Assembly. He has not convinced us. We've read it. Just convince us why you're adding may by the prior approval of the General Assembly. You have not convinced us. You should convince the House.
Yes, let me come to ranking.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Secretariat is answerable to the General Assembly.
So in any case, they have a lot of functions to perform. But this one is outside their jurisdiction. That is, they are going to enter into association. So before they do that, they will have to obtain permission. But it is not mandatory that they should always seek permission before they enter. Where it is outside their jurisdiction, that is where they will have to seek approval from the General Secretary or General Assembly.
So that's why you are using me. Very well. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, additionally, these are standard provisions. I was hoping that the chairman would tell us that they don't want the secretariat to be on a frolic of their own. He's making
Honourable member, you are a lawyer. That is your daily practice.
Yes.
So,
Mr. Speaker, I'm only saying that he's the chairman of the committee, and these are how you justify your provisions on the floor before they are carried. So I'm only encouraging him that he should learn to defend his amendments. That's all.
you should always consult you, eh? Well, honourable members, the amendment proposed is before us, and the question is all those in favour of the proposed amendment to clause 16 by the chairman of the committee, say aye. All those against, say no. Honourable members, the ayes have it. The ayes have it. The proposed amendment is carried. Then I'll put the question.
Mr. Speaker,
yes.
I was up and we couldn't catch my eye. I have a problem with the name.
Which name?
Yes, the amendment that you are doing. I don't know if I can make it.
Let's hear you.
Okay. There's an issue here that the last speaker was commenting on, that if we need to have the General Assembly to have power approval and use the may there, so they can say override. So I believe that it should have been shared. So there's some compulsion that they have to seek the approval of the General Assembly before they can tell anything. But if may, it means that at any point in time, if they don't want to get the approval of the General Assembly, it stands. That's my concern.
No. Well, that is his view. But, honourable member, in the legal structures, you don't use shall if the person will have a leeway so we normally use shall if you don't want anybody to have any other way. So I think the chairman is forthright. So, honourable members, clause 16 as variously amended stands part of the bill. Honourable members, clause 14, the table, the clerk has drawn my attention that clause 14 was dealt with the other time we were considering the amendment. And he's just shown me the votes and proceedings, which actually indicated that clause 14 has already been amended. So we are revisiting it and going back to what has already been amended. Am I okay with it? Honourable members, so clause 14, as already amended, stands part of the bill. All those in favour say aye. All those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 14, as already amended, stands part of the bill. So return to clause 17.
Appointment of the Secretary General.
There is no proposed amendment. All those in favour of clause 17 stands part of the bill say aye. All those against say no. Honourable members, the ayes have it. Clause 17 stands part of the bill. We move to clause 18.
Functions of the Secretary General.
Yes, Chairman.
Clause 18, amendment proposed, subclause 1, add the following new paragraph. The performance of any other function assigned by the General Assembly. I so move.
Yes, there is a proposed amendment. All those in favor of the proposed amendment by the chairman say.
Oh, Speaker. Chairman, we are helping you to do this. We are not your opponents.
Yes, honourable member for South.
I agree with the proposed amendment. But Chairman, there are about 4 other sub-functions that have been stated. So if you are proposing that it should be inserted as D, what happens to the existing D in terms of alignment? So we need to know that, you see, the functions are stated sequentially. No, you can't do it.
Yes, ranking.
Mr. Speaker, I think if you look at the committee's report, the amendment proposed there's no D as indicated in the other paper. It's add a new subclause. So I think that D there is an error.
So it means D is going to be an additional.
Yeah, so it's going to be E.
It's additional clause or
additional subclause.
It's going to be a subclause.
Yes.
Two.
So it's going to be D E instead of D.
Chairman, is that the position? It appears chairman is correct.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. But normally we don't even do these arrangements on the floor of the House. It's the drafters. After you finish,
No, Chairman.
arrange it. That's all.
Chairman.
Yes.
I think once we are inserting new subclause, the House needs to know, and it must be effected here. It's not something that can be left to the drafters.
Yes, Speaker, thank you. Especially because this is the omnibus, and normally the omnibus appears last, clashing with an existing deal. So I just wanted clarification, Chairman. I'm your friend. I'm your friend.
So the proposed amendment, all those in favor of the proposed amendment, not the additional subclause. All those in favor say aye. All those against say no. Honourable members, the proposed amendment is adopted. Now we move to the D. No, so we have to deal with the D before we do the entire. So it's part of 18.
Mr. Speaker, I think all that we have done so far, because like he said, it's an omnibus clause, so we can make it the last one. Indeed, it might be not be D, so the drafters can just rearrange it when they are appropriately. So we don't need to split heads over this one.
Very well, then let me put the entire 18. All those in favor that clause 18 as variously amended stands part of the bill, say aye. All those against say no. Honourable members, the ayes have it. Clause 18 as variously amended stands part of the bill. We turn to clause 19.
Appointment of Deputy Secretaries General.
Chairman.
Clause 19, amendment proposed, subclause 1, line 2, delete commission and insert commission with a comma, one in charge of programs and the other in charge of general operations. Also move, Mr. Speaker.
Very well. Is there any contrary view? Yes. Honourable Member for South.
Yes, Speaker. I debated this matter at the committee level, and I was defeated, but I promised them that I'll bring it to the floor. The consistency of drafting when it comes to creating statutorily deputy portfolios is that it's finance and administration, and operations. Normally, that's all we do. But I raised the issue that if they say programs, programs comes under operations. And so for me, I had a difficulty, but they didn't find favor with my reasoning, so I thought I should raise it for the attention of the other members who may have other knowledge in this matter.
Chairman, can you expatiate a person in charge of programs and a person in charge of general operations? What's the difference? Commissioner in charge of operations and commissioner in charge of programs. Chairman, anyway, chairman and ranking, whoever is capable of responding to it. Yes.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Speaker, the UNESCO is under Ministry of Education, and they have a structure that takes care of their finances. So this is operations and then general activities. So anything financial, anything financial is treated at the Ministry of Education, Finance. So they only prepare, probably they have a request to the finance section of the Ministry of Education. So if you look at their programs and then their general operations, some are in charge of field work and then another one in charge of office work. So they don't need finance and administration, because if you look at the UNESCO structure, this is what they operate. So that's why we defended that it should remain as it is, because they are following the international structure. Thank you.
Very well. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we are making a law for this country. We are not making law for international organizations like UNESCO. This law is for Ghana. And therefore, we must follow our best practice in this country. Even if the finance department is managed by Ministry of Education, we can have general administration. And then operation comes under general administration. Why do we have a commissioner in charge of operation, another commissioner in charge of what? Programs. It doesn't sound well at all. And so for me, Mr. Speaker, it is neither here nor there. Let us have a commissioner in charge of administration. If you don't want finance to be named administration, the operation will come to under administration. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Speaker.
Comes in. I reference the House to clause 38 of the bill. And the head note is funds of the Secretariat of the Commission. The funds of the Secretariat of the Commission are A, monies approved by Parliament, donations and loans, and monies realized from fundraising activity. These are also standard provisions. Mr. Speaker, we are setting up by statutory enactment a commission of this nature. We are creating by statute, we are saying that there will be sources of funding approved by this House. And we are saying that we won't have a deputy that will be in charge of finance and administration. No, we may be couching this within the general UNESCO organogram. But I think that internally, that's the point I'm making, internally, we should have a deputy, that is a deputy secretary general, who should be in charge of finance and administration. That is the gravamen of my point. But we are creating this office statutorily and hyphening it to operations and what's the other one? General duties. I have a big problem that we are leaving finance and administration out completely. If ranking thinks that general administration will serve the purpose, I am all for it, but I don't think finance and administration should be left out in terms of the hierarchy as to the deputyship.
Leader.
The points that I raised are very important, but it looks like it's a very serious policy matter. that must be left for the minister to really address. So I would suggest that we hold on to this matter and allow the minister to clarify it.
But we have the deputy minister here.
Mr. Speaker, when my colleague raised this at the committee level, it was explained to him that this is a terminology of UNESCO, and it's an international body. They have their jargons and they have. We cannot be off the culture of UNESCO. Operations and programs are explicit here. One in charge of programs and one in charge of general operations. General operations may include finance. So what's your problem here? Why should we be off what it is the norm internationally? Because we have finance and operations. So we can't say, we have finance and operations, we can't say general operations. Why?
Anyway, so what,
this must be maintained.
So what I will do,
Mr. Speaker,
is irrespective of the fact that we are doing UNESCO bill, we are doing it in Ghana's parliament. So I'll put the question, if there's somebody who would like to also propose a further amendment, you can do that. Then we vote on it. I mean, that will be the decision of the House.
I can understand the point being made by my colleagues, but the sponsors of the bill are saying they want this in a particular way because this is the UNESCO standard. Other people are saying they want to change it. I'm saying that if what the minister, the deputy minister and the chairman are saying is true, what is the point of us saying that we are the people who want a change are more than others, so we change it? Mr. Speaker, I plead that let's jump this issue, let's defer this, and get the chairman and the deputy minister consult further with the minister and UNESCO, so they can come give us a confirmed. Those who favor, those against it are more than those for it, so we should vote and do anything we like. That would be a wrong thing to do, Mr. Speaker. There are so many other clauses, so we can freeze this one and come back later.
Very well. So do you defer it?
Again, let me again justify my position. Speaker, let me refer the House to the memorandum. Yes, I've justified. Please, everybody should appreciate my position. I have justified my proposed amendment. Mr. Speaker, let me refer you to clause 19 of the memorandum, which sought to explain the provision in question. It provides for the appointment of 2 deputy secretaries general for the commission by the president in accordance with Article 195 of the Constitution and on the terms and conditions specified in the letter of appointment. So why is the UNESCO term of art coming in here? I am only saying that that is the standard drafting style of the House. And chairman at the committee level, I asked, they haven't defined this UNESCO term of art. It's not in the interpretation section. I will make my point forcefully for the records. And I think I'm right, but I'll disengage.
Sorry, I'm afraid. Yes, leader.
Mr. Speaker, I feel that the agreement or the agreement here is that we should defer that particular clause. So I don't know why my dear colleague is still dragging this. We should move on. There are so many others to do. Thank you.
So is it the case of the House that we defer that particular clause? You are disengaged. So you've abandoned your position. So we should move on. Very well. So, honorable members, all those in favor of the proposed amendment?
Mr. Speaker, we are making law for this country. We are not making law for UNESCO. We must go by our standard practice in this country. I mean, do you go to any institution that you have deputy managing director or deputy or commissioner in charge of operation. We don't have it. So we are saying that instead of having general operations and whatever, let's have finance and administration. You know, because you just read from the memorandum that monies will be approved from this house. Who is going to take care of that money? Operation. So you see, you are confusing as chairman. Mr. Speaker, let us repair this issue. They should go back and do their homework and come back. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes. Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to draw your attention to some proposed amendment on page 12 of the other paper. There we have the functions of Deputy Secretary General. Mr. Speaker, if you look at the proposed amendment at 21, that's the new clause which will replace the clause 20. You will see that the deputy in charge of general programs will take care of the activities. Then when you come to 2, the deputy there will take care of finance, administration, monitoring and evaluation, public relations and procurement.
Very well.
So the
honorable members,
is defined over there what they will do.
Honorable members, this is a tailored program, and like Honorable Kamiabo just said, that is their focus. Their focus is programs. So let's go by the proposed amendment by the chairman. So all those in favor of the proposed amendment by chairman, say aye. All those against, say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. The proposed amendment to clause 19 is hereby adopted. So I put clause 19 as variously amended. All those in favor that clause 19 stands part of the bill, say aye. All those against, say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. Clause 19 as variously amended stands part of the bill. Leader, shall we move on? Very well. We move to clause 20.
Functions of the Deputy Secretary General.
Yes, Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Functions of the Deputy Secretary General. 20. Clause 20, amendment proposed. Delete and insert the following as advertised. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable members, there is a proposed amendment to clause 20. Yes, Honorable Member for Southern.
Speaker, if we take 20 to 3, it reads, if I get it right, it reads, in the absence of the Secretary General, the Deputy Secretary General, who is more senior, shall act as Secretary. Mr. Speaker, my difficulty is we haven't explained what more senior means in the interpretation. So is it by appointment as to date? Because it's a new office, we are appointing a Secretary General and we are appointing the 2 deputies contemporaneously. So we must be careful how we catch this. We are not dealing with an existing entity. No, the organo, you see, you are saying more senior. It is the duty. This may be a subject of litigation tomorrow. If I'm the deputy for operations and he's deputy for programs, and we are appointed the same day, and the boss is not around, and the law says the most senior will act between the 2 of us. you see, Chairman.
Can you clarify the position?
Chairman.
If it happens that The seniority, is it in terms of appointment, or it could even be by position itself?
Mr. Speaker, it's not by date of birth. It's by appointment. And it is not exclusive to this bill only. In all other bills, we have it. The senior most, they know in the establishment who was first given his appointment before the other. It's construed. So they know who is the senior to the other. You don't have to bring that into the law. In other laws, it is there, you know. So why should you raise it? Why should you raise it?
Very well. So, honourable members, the question is all those in favour of the proposed amendment by the chairman in respect of clause 20, say aye. All those against say no. Honourable members, the ayes have it. Clause 20 is hereby, the proposed amendment to clause 20 is hereby adopted. Now put the question on clause 20 as variously amended. All those in favor that clause 20 as variously amended stands part of the bill, say aye. All those against say no. Not members, the ayes have it. The clause 20 as variously amended stands part of the bill. Yes, leader, are we ending here?
Yes, Mr. Speaker. That's about all for the day. A lot has been done today. And
well. So what is the indication now?
For the rest of it.
So, honourable members, we bring consideration stage to a temporary close. Yes, leadership, may I get any indication?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, that's about all for the day. We are in your hands.
Yes. Yes, honourable members, the time is 4:30. I'll therefore proceed to adjourn the House to tomorrow 10 o'clock in the forenoon. Tomorrow 10 o'clock in the forenoon. The House stands adjourned.